Okay. Call tonight's meeting to order. Do we have a, well, first of all, before we ask for the closed session report from our city manager, I think it's appropriate that we introduce our interim city manager, Dave Caceres. Excuse me. Excuse me, city attorney. City manager got worried. So congratulations, and now we'll ask you, is there any closed session report?
Nothing as far as legal is concerned, but I think the city manager has a report.
Okay, city manager.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, during closed session, the City Council authorized the city manager to enter into a contract with CPS HR Consulting for the recruitment of the city attorney position. So we'll be entering into that contract. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, Chief Livingstone, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Litzter?
Here.
Councilmember Luevanos?
Here.
Councilmember Judge?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Kavanaugh?
Here.
Mayor Mashburn?
Here.
We welcome you to the Simi Valley City Council meeting. We're excited that on June 15th, the state will fully reopen the economy and allow businesses to return to usual operations. Simi Valley businesses need your support as they continue to recover from the pandemic, so please support them as much as possible. Even with businesses returning to normal, the state still has face covering requirements in place depending on whether you have been vaccinated for the COVID-19 virus. We encourage residents to be familiar with the state rules for face coverings. We also remind residents that COVID-19 vaccines remain available to all persons aged 12 and over. The City Council continues to hold our council meetings virtually. However, there are still opportunities for the public to participate in this council meeting. The public statements are received via Zoom. As noted on the agenda, the public was encouraged to register no later than 3:30 p.m. today if they wish to speak via Zoom. Written comment are also accepted by email. Those emails have already been provided to City Council. However, they will not be read by the City Clerk this evening.
Once again, the city thanks you for your patience. During this local emergency, the city continues to provide opportunities for the public to participate in the businesses of the city and for their voices to be heard. With that said, we'll move on with tonight's meeting. We'll start with the agenda review. Any items by any council members?
Mayor?
Yes.
Yes. For agenda item 8A, I understand that the Budget Advisory Committee has not met to look over the budget. Is that correct? And if so, I would like to, I'm sure we can have discussion on it tonight because I know people will want to speak on it, but if we can postpone voting on it until the Budget Advisory Committee has a chance to review it.
Well, I think the Budget Advisory Committee came to the council or to the city manager and was put kind of, I don't want to say on hold, but until we had a reason to contact them to involve them in any particular budget item, they've been dormant.
So we didn't see a need to have the Budget Advisory Committee involved in our 2021-2022 budget process?
No, as a matter of fact, no. They did their job, and they were the ones that determined they had no further budget items to look at that they felt they needed to review.
Well, the person that I appointed to the Budget Advisory Committee was questioning why they hadn't met, and it seems if there's any purpose to our mission statement of providing transparency and fiscal responsibility, that we would have the Budget Advisory Committee, which is a group of citizens that do look over things like our budget. It's in their name, the Budget Advisory Committee.
They, if I might add, Councilmember Luevanos, it is my understanding that in the past, they have never, they've not served in the position where they have reviewed the budget in advance. They were formulated with the strict purpose of discussing certain revenue budget items after the fact, but their purpose was not to review, at least that was not how they were formulated or why they were formulated.
Well, my understanding is our mission statement is to provide a level of transparency and accountability, and as such, I would like for the Budget Advisory Committee to be involved in that process. And it seems as our budget has been fluctuating due to COVID, and we do have a $15 million American Rescue plan that is going to come into play very soon for our city, that we would want them to look over that in conjunction with our budget to see where it is that maybe we can shift one-time expenditures. So
That's not part of this budget. That's for a later agenda item.
I really,
It's a different agenda item. It should have been brought up prior to this meeting.
well, I'm wondering why the Budget Advisory Committee hasn't met for the budget. That just seems antithetical to me.
That may be, that may be a question when we get to the budget item. I'm not quite sure if the
Well-
city attorney is comfortable with where this discussion is happening on the agenda.
that's right. You can have a little bit of liberty to have a brief discussion as it relates to the Brown Act, but if you want to, together as a collective, something you can address at a future agenda. I don't know if Mr. Gabler, that's what we should do, is wait for the next agenda item.
Well, Mayor, I would like to make a motion, if I may, Mayor?
You can make a motion, yes?
Yes,
Sure.
I move to table item 8A until the Budget Advisory Committee has a chance to look over our fiscal budget so that we have a layer of accountability and transparency.
We have a motion. Need a second?
The motion fails for lack of a second.
Okay.
I'm up. I'm going to find my move. You would think I'd have it memorized by now, wouldn't I? That I move that all, where is it? Help me out here, Mike. I move,
That all resolutions and ordinances presented tonight be read in
Thank
title
you.
only, and all further readings be waived.
thank you. I'm sorry. I went down to look at the whole budget discussion because I appreciate you covering me there.
No problem. I used to do that
Thank you.
for a long
Sorry.
time. Okay, call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Next item is the declaration of conflict. If any member of the city council may have a conflict of interest or any reason why that member must abstain from the consideration of any matter on this agenda, he or she should so declare at this time. Any declarations? Okay. All right.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, the first item on the agenda is item 1D1, a proclamation proclaiming the month of June 2021 as LGBTQ Pride Month in Ventura County, and Samantha Argabright is here for this presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and members of the City Council. Tonight, we are recognizing June as Pride Month, and I will read the proclamation. Whereas on June 28, 1969, the LGBT community took a brave stand for human rights at the Stonewall Inn in New York City, marking a monumental step for LGBTQ equal rights. And whereas each June, cities and towns throughout the United States celebrate LGBTQ Pride Month to acknowledge the bravery it takes for LGBTQ people to come out as their true selves, build community, and promote equal rights for all. And whereas while a tremendous amount of progress has been made since Stonewall, members of the LGBT community still face discrimination simply for being who they are. And whereas Pride Month offers the community an opportunity to reflect upon the discrimination and violence that LGBT community have endured while celebrating and embracing the work of individuals and organizations who continue to fight for equality for all. Now therefore, the month of June 2021 is hereby proclaimed LGBTQ Pride Month in the city of Simi Valley in recognition of the contributions of the LGBT community and the work that continues for equal rights for all. Presented the 7th day of June 2021.
Thank you, and please pass on to whomever you present the proclamation to that we're very much looking forward to having their representatives here in the, it sounds like it'll be in the near future to receive it in person. Thank you.
Sounds like it. And if I may add, we've actually had a number of employees thank thank us for doing this proclamation. So they're very appreciative that the council is recognizing this month.
Great, thank you.
Mayor, if I may,
Yes,
I just wanted to note that in the agenda, it says LGBTQ Pride Month in Ventura County, but the proclamation is for the city of Simi Valley.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
yes.
So I just want to make sure that's reflected in the, accurately in the agenda. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, the next item on the agenda is item 1D2, an honorary resolution in celebration of Juneteenth, and Samantha Arkwright will present this item as well.
Good evening again. Whereas the Day of Respect and Remembrance, called Juneteenth, a combination of the words June and 19th, marks the anniversary of the arrival of Union General Gordon Granger in Galveston, Texas, in 1865, where 2.5 years after the Emancipation Proclamation, the most distant slave states learned of the end of enslavement with the words, "All slaves are free." And whereas we acknowledge the heritage and contributions that Black Americans have made to shape the cultural, academic, social, economic, and moral attributes of the United States in spite of slavery and the laws that enforced racial discrimination on them. And whereas America must never forget or repeat the tragic examples of racial violence against Black Americans, from enslavement to lynching to segregation, which have led to the immeasurable distance between us. And whereas we must collectively strive to affirm the promise of the Declaration of Independence to all Americans, that all people have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Simi Valley that it hereby encourages all citizens to honor June 19th as a day of reflection, education, and commitment to end racism and all forms of dehumanization. Presented this 7th day of June, 2021.
Thank you. Isn't it wonderful that today's technology wouldn't let someone fall so far behind in something so important to get out to the public? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 2, public statements on appointments, special presentations, and informational reports. All comments submitted by email have been provided to the City Council. However, they will not be read this evening by the City Clerk. All persons who registered by 3:30 p.m. today will be called on to speak during the public statements item 2 for a period of no more than 3 minutes each. Persons addressing the City Council are requested to state their name, community of residence, for the record. Actually, I don't think we have any
No.
public statements for item 2. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next item on the agenda is item 3A1, ratification of the appointment of a representative to the Ventura County Area Agency on Aging Advisory Council, and Angel Sierra is here for this presentation.
Okay, in 1 second, let me interrupt. Ruth Yeartown is wanting to speak. Okay, I'll take you off, okay. No problem. There we go. Okay, I'm sorry for the interruption.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and members of the City Council. The Ventura County Area Agency on Aging represents the concerns of senior citizens countywide. It provides leadership, advocacy, and visibility for persons aged 60 and over within Ventura County. The VCAAA Advisory Council is comprised of 2 representatives from each city within the county and serves to advise the VCAAA on matters related to persons aged 60 and older. Each city's Council on Aging Executive Board elects its 2 representatives, which are then ratified by the respective city councils and appointed to the 20-member VCAAA Advisory Council. The Simi Valley Council on Aging began soliciting applications for the upcoming vacancy on March 8th, 2021, and closed the recruitment on April 30th, 2021. During this period, 3 interest forms were received and 1 was rescinded. On May 10th, 2021, the Council on Aging voted to recommend the appointment of Dr. Marietta Sperry as representative to the VCAAA Advisory Council, subject to the City Council's ratification. If ratified, this will be Dr. Sperry's first term commencing on July 1st, 2021, and concluding on June 30th, 2023. It is the recommendation of the COA that the City Council approve and the Mayor appoint Dr. Marietta Sperry as the representative to the VCAAA Advisory Council. This concludes the report of staff and is available to answer any questions at this time.
Any questions of staff? Motion?
No, I'd like to move, but I also want to say just what an outstanding candidate she is, that she has a doctor, her PhD in nursing, and a master's in nursing education, and truly will be an outstanding representative for our city. So I would like to so move that we appoint her to this position.
Motion and second, call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, the next item on the agenda is item 3A2, appointment of Simi Valley Arts Commissioners, and Anna Medina is here for this presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and members of the City Council. The Simi Valley Arts Commission annually reviews both the operating budget and operating plan for the Simi Valley Cultural Arts Center prior to City Council approval. The commission is also tasked with reviewing capital purchase recommendations, grants, and other opportunities to make the arts accessible for all members of the community. Membership on the Arts Commission is comprised of 7 members, including 2 City Council members, 1 Simi Valley Cultural Arts Foundation representative, and 4 City Council appointed public members, as well as 1 alternate member. All public members serve staggered 2-year terms of office. There will be 3 City Council appointed vacancies, 2 regular members and 1 alternate member on the Arts Commission on June 30th, 2021. The city initiated a recruitment on March 1st, 2021, and 10 applications were received. However, one was received after the deadline, 1 did not attend the orientation, and 1 withdrew from the process. Staff held orientations for new applicants on April 13th and April 20th. On May 11th, 2021, the City Council selected Mayor Pro Tem Kavanaugh and Council Member Luevanos to serve on the interview committee with a continuing Arts Commissioner. Mayor Pro Tem Kavanaugh, Councilmember Luevanos, and Arts Commissioner McBride interviewed the applicants via Zoom on May 11th and nominated 3 for appointment to 2-year terms on the Arts Commission. These terms began July 1st, 2021, and conclude on June 30th, 2023. The nominees are as follows: Kevin Ellis, Burton Weinstein, and for the alternate position, Becky Savell. It is recommended that the City Council approve and the mayor appoint these nominated applicants to the Simi Valley Arts Commission. This concludes the report, and staff is available to answer any questions at this time.
Questions to staff? No questions. Motion.
I move to approve and the mayor appoint 3 applicants nominated to the Simi Valley Arts Commission for the
A
2-year
second.
terms.
Second? Sorry.
Okay, motion and second. Call for the vote.
Still waiting for Councilmember Luevanos, Councilmember Judge. Thank you. The motion passes unanimously. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, the next item on the agenda is item 3A3, appointment of Americans with Disabilities Act ADA Paratransit Advisory Committee members, and Ben Gonzalez is here for this presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and council members. A recent recruitment was conducted to fill the terms of 1 member and 1 alternate position on the Americans with Disability Act Paratransit Advisory Committee. On May 17th, Mayor Mashburn and Councilmember Litzer interviewed 6 applicants and nominated 2 new members for appointment to the committee. The nominated individuals are not present tonight. However, I will announce their names for the mayor and city council members. First is Karen Babango, who's member, Rosalie Berger, alternate. It is recommended that the City Council approve and the mayor appoint the candidates nominated to the ADA Paratransit Advisory Committee. This concludes staff's report, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Questions, staff? Motion.
I move to approve and the mayor appoint the 2 applicants nominated to the ADA Paratransit Advisory Committee.
A second?
Call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, and for the record, the mayor appoints the ADA folks, the arts commissioners, and the County Area Agency on Aging Advisory Council.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, the next item on the agenda is public hearings. This is a time for testimony on public hearings on the consideration of matters as presented on this agenda. Agenda item 4A, a public hearing to consider the proposed fiscal year 2021-22 assessments for the Simi Valley Landscape District Number 1 and adoption of a resolution approving the assessments. The reading of the resolution is as follows. Resolution number 2021-17, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley confirming the diagram and assessment for those lots and parcels included within Simi Valley Landscape District Number 1, levying the assessments for the fiscal year 2021-22, and ordering the improvements specified in the engineer's report as approved in resolution number 2021-14. And Ron Fuchiwaki is here for this presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and council members. On May 17th, the City Council adopted the necessary resolutions and set a public hearing for this evening, June 7th, 2021, to consider the proposed FY 2021-22 assessments for Simi Valley Landscape District Number 1. No change to the existing assessments is being recommended. The district operates under the authority of the State Landscaping and Lighting Act of 1972. There are a total of 99 landscape zones in the district, including 48 active zones, one of which encompasses all city-controlled areas, and 51 contingency fallback zones. Active zones are maintained by the city and funded through assessments to the property owners within each active zone, and a contribution from the general fund. Fallback zones are maintained by homeowners associations or property owners. For FY 2021-22, the cost to maintain the assessment zone areas is approximately $1 million, which will be funded by approximately $800,000 from the assessments, including interest, and $200,000 from the Landscape Augmentation Fund, which is funded by the general fund. If the proposed assessments are not approved this evening, the district will not receive approximately $800,000 next fiscal year. Should this occur, the options to consider will include increasing the general fund contribution to cover the $800,000 shortfall, or reduce maintenance levels in the assessment zones. To reduce costs, staff continues to take steps and explore a variety of opportunities. The landscape maintenance contracts have been modified with new requirements and specifications for maintenance services by reducing the frequency of certain tasks and applications applied, while still maintaining the aesthetics of the city's landscaping. Staff also continually implements measures to reduce costs by implementing smart irrigation controllers, low water use plantings, and replace plant material with ground cover, wood chips, and bark. In the coming years, to further reduce costs, staff will be more aggressive in replacing plants, and that's dead plants, not live plants, foliage and trees by using low water use options, or the implementation of hardscape when deemed appropriate. These cost reduction measures will be implemented within the existing budget. A resolution to establish the FY 21-22 assessments for Simi Valley Landscape District Number 1, a map of the landscape zones, the engineer's report, and a summary of the proposed assessments by zone are included in this evening's report. It is recommended that at the close of the public hearing, the City Council adopt a resolution and approve the FY 2021-22 assessments for Landscape District Number 1, which will remain the same at their current levels. And staff is available for questions.
Questions of staff? Councilmember Luevanos.
Yes, I have two questions. One is, you mentioned using low water usage plants, so are we talking about native plants, that where you're going to implement more native plants in landscaping, indigenous plants?
Pardon, I didn't catch all
You
of
you
that.
mentioned that one of the goals of the landscaping district is to use more plants that use less water,
Yes,
so drought tolerant, I'm assuming. So would that include using more native plants, indigenous plants, and landscaping?
Yes.
Okay. And then the second question I have is, how are we dealing with the increase of wildfires? Is this something that landscaping does, or do we have to be more diligent in making sure that we don't have wildfires as we have more and more climate change? Is that something that's integrated into this plan or not?
The zones that are affected by this aren't in the wildfire areas. Most of them are all on the valley floor. So
Well,
they're,
I mean, the reason I'm asking the question is, I live by Yosemite and Cochrane, and we had a fire, that was right off the freeway, and that's not a wildfire zone, and yet there was a wildfire. And there was, pine tree that caught on fire in someone's backyard, and then across the street, and then, so I know that's part of the, part of this plan, this landscaping plan, so I want to know, what are we doing as part of our landscaping plan to make sure that we mitigate those wildfire risks? Is there any discussion on that?
well, I think the end goal is to replace the landscaping with drought-tolerant material, which is generally not, it's not the weeds that normally go up in a fire. And it's also with our continued maintenance, we're going to make sure that at least these zones are going to be maintained, that they won't have an abundance of weeds that would catch fire. I can't tell you that no plant material is going to catch if someone were to throw a cigarette out at it, but it's probably less likely.
Okay, and if there are wildfire areas if there are wildfires even on the valley floor, like, where I live, and a lot of our residents live, is there, what do you do if there is a fire there? Like, do you replace those plants? What happens?
We would, in order to continue to reduce our costs, we'd probably replace them with mulch, bark. I think you've seen the Civic Center campus where we removed a lot of turf and put the mulch and the bark in, and along Alamo Street, from
By
Chapel
DMV.
Canyon over to Lemon. We've eliminated a lot of turf, and the plants that we are now planting are drought tolerant, and I'm not sure if they're fire resistant, but we can look into those kinds of plants as well.
Okay, yeah, and we're already seeing fireworks left and right. So even though it's not a wildfire place, we're already seeing people that are already setting off fireworks all over the city. So I just want to be cognizant of that. Thank you.
Sure.
I think the proper terminology is vegetation fire. If it's not in a wildland area. In the wildland area, that's where they'd be considered wildfires. But in the valley floor, you would just call them a vegetation fire, because anything can burn if it gets high enough temperature. So for instance, if you have a palm tree on fire, that's landscaping. And that would be a vegetation fire, but not in a wildland area.
Thank you, Mayor. The teacher got taught today. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
I do.
Yeah, that's right here in front of me. Sorry, Elaine.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Fitchrock, appreciate the report. My question has to do with, as I look through the individual zones, and obviously there's some disparity in where they are, the financial costs, et cetera, and for each description, each zone. I noticed that Zone 96 had an estimated carryover of about negative $253,000. I think the second closest one was Zone 14A with an estimated carryover of $133,000. I wanted to understand what that means exactly. Is that suggesting that Zone 96 has a deficit in terms of the what monies are collected and or carried over to be used in the following year? And I guess, is that a way of saying that's our most expensive zone? Is that accurate to say that?
You're correct in your observation. Zone 96, and I think the zones 14A and B are basically, our expenses are greater than the assessment revenues. And that is one of the purposes for the augmentation fund, is to try and make up some of that shortfall. But in many of the zones, the assessments haven't been changed in a number of years, so they are falling behind the costs.
And the only way that we could change those assessments would be by a vote of the people? Is that accurate to say that?
It'd be a 218 vote.
Right.
Yes.
Right. And what authority do we have to reduce costs? And I mean, obviously, we can change, as you are doing, make more drought tolerant foliage there, et cetera, which maybe needs less landscape work. Do we have the authority in those zones, for instance, to just go in and reduce the cost in that manner?
We believe we do, yes.
Okay.
And and those are the steps we're taking, is going into these zones to reduce our overall cost by reducing the amount of landscaping, water.
And if
electric-
residents that live near that area, let's just help me understand that. Let's say residents that live near Zone 96, if they wanted to maintain what is currently there, what is the process for them to influence that? Would they need to come and say, well, would their HOA, for instance, come and say, listen, wait a minute, we like what's there, we'll voluntarily increase? I'm just trying to understand the full picture.
Sure. I mean, and we've looked at that option to turn some of these zones over to HOAs, but there isn't a mechanism in law right now for us to do that, because we are getting the assessments. We would
Sure.
have to, it's challenging because we would have to pass the money on to the HOA, who would become a contractor of the city, and prevailing wage, and all those things kick in, which makes it which negates the ability for them to save costs. We'd have to dissolve the district for them to then take over. However, they could choose not to, and now we're back in a position where the landscaping wouldn't be maintained.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you for that explanation. Appreciate it.
Okay, are there any comments submitted from the public?
No, Mr. Mayor, we have no public testimony for this item.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close the hearing at this time and ask if there's any further comments or questions from a member of the council. Mr. Judge.
Mr. Mayor, I move to adopt resolution number 2021-17, approving the fiscal year 2021-22 assessments for Simi Valley Landscape District Number 1.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion and second. We'll call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, the next item on the agenda is item 5, public statements. This is the time for public statements on all items other than public hearings, appointments, and informational reports. All comments submitted by email have already been provided to the City Council. However, they will not be read by the City Clerk this evening. All persons who registered by 3:30 p.m. today will be called on to speak during this public statements item for a period of no more than 3 minutes each. Persons addressing the City Council are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. And Mr. Mayor, unless you have any other comments, we can begin the Zoom public statements.
No comments, ready for the first speaker.
The first speaker is Chris Huntington. Chris, please unmute yourself.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, my name is Chris Huntington and I live in Simi Valley. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'd like to address the comments from the last budget meeting requesting that we take money from the police department to use for mental health. After looking into it, I understand this is not an option because mental health is handled by the County of Ventura. So those that want more funding for mental health need to contact the county and not the city. There were also comments saying that a social worker could be present when a police officer answers a domestic abuse call. Maybe they didn't realize that this is one of the most dangerous types of calls for a police officer, and a social worker may not be equipped for potentially life-threatening situations. They could get themselves or someone else hurt. On another note, I'd like to thank our police chief for making it possible for all Simi Valley police officers to have body cams, which protect our citizens and police officers alike. This is a new witness that will protect officers from false allegations, and the cameras will help maintain a healthy police department as well, because recorded incidents can be reviewed for further improvement on how to deal with our ever-changing and socially diverse community. Body cams will also likely protect the city of Simi Valley from potentially costly court cases and use of resources. I think they're an excellent investment. And I want to thank you all, the city council and our mayor, for supporting our police. And I hope you won't listen to people who call for decreasing the police budget. It's just another way of saying defund the police, which seems to be somewhat of a national fad. And cities who reduced police funding early on are already regretting it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rebecca Alvaran. Rebecca, please unmute yourself.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Okay. Good evening. My name is Rebecca, and I'm here to speak on item 8A. Before I start going over my budget comments, I do have to make note regarding the Budget Advisory Committee. I know this was brought up. The Budget Advisory Committee was created during the adoption of the 2017-2018 budget. Its purpose is stated, quote, "The committee was tasked with evaluating the city's general fund budget and soliciting input from the public regarding recommendations that would further enhance the city's future financial sustainability," end quote. It's really not that hard to look up that information. So I suggest that before council members lie on the dais and dogpile, that they look that up as a request, because the Budget Advisory Committee has not met, has provided no information to the public or to the council regarding the current general fund. I am requesting that the Budget Advisory Committee be reinstated and that the public be given information about why they stopped meeting and where it was noted and where we were noticed as far as a matter of public record. In regards to the budget, I have to stress the amount of our budget that is going to the police department. So we have a general budget of $78.5 million. $37.2 million is going to one department. One single department is taking almost half of the general budget. That is a lot of money to be going to one single department. So what I hope to hear tonight from all the council members is not to give this a rubber stamp, is to actually go through the budget line item, especially for the department that is taking the highest amount of the general fund, and to ask questions about why they're taking that amount. And I just want to highlight some of the items that were listed there. So of the $37.2 million, there is an increase in requests for uniform and clothing supply. We're talking about $361,887. It's going to going to over $400,000. Then we're talking about travel and conference meetings, $58,000. Operating supplies, over $268,000 that we're spending.
Ma'am, your time is up.
Next speaker, Judy Bruce. Judy, please unmute yourself.
unmute. Okay, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, wait, I want you to see the video too. Okay. I'm Judy Bruce, a Simi Valley resident. Last supervisor meeting, Supervisor Long wanted confirmation from the public health director, Vargas, that the jab does not cause sterilization. And because children as young as 12 are being included. And Vargas said that that is not the case. They do not cause sterilization. And I would like to say that he is wrong. He compared this jab with past vaccines. The mRNA injections do not meet the definition of a vaccine. They are a toxic gene editing biological agent. And a traditional vaccine stays in the arm muscle, but the mRNA invades the entire blood system. My own investigation with the county is that their, quote, research rely on institutions that are funded and influenced by industry hand puppets, such as Gates and Fauci. These captive institutions cannot be taken seriously because they are just a part of a powerful network who mandate massive censoring. The American people are not getting the truth about these adverse events of these injections, including death, 4,000 at last count. The mRNA injection is a toxic synthetic spike protein, and it is introducing non-human DNA. It delivers genetic instructions to make spike proteins, and the problem is that this doesn't shut off. This is because it'll damage 28 different tissues in the body, and when the body attacks itself, it opens the door to many autoimmune diseases. Ovarian tissue will be damaged by these pathogens, thereby preventing the formation of a placenta. The UK, there was a 366% increase in miscarriages in a 3-month period. In the clinical trials, females were instructed not to get pregnant. And now we're recommending pregnant women and young people to get the jab. Despite the crime against humanity, the response of the public health czars, and like Fauci, we should simply stop thinking, roll up our sleeves, take the jab. This mass inoculation campaign needs to be terminated until phase 3 trials are completed and safety can be assured. Otherwise, you are complicit in a mass extermination campaign. So stop encouraging these shots, these kill shots. Do not incentivize these public accommodations to break federal and state laws, and thereby forcing those who opt out of the poison jab. It is also getting us opted out of society.
Your time is
So
up.
do your job, work for us, not Sacramento or Big Pharma.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Ed Abel. Ed, please unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and City Council members. I also want to, as one of the previous speakers did after listening to the city budget meeting last week, I wanted to encourage the City Council to follow the excellent recommendation of the staff and the continued support of our police department and the safety of our community. I can tell you that after being a prosecutor in Los Angeles County for over 30 years, that the notion of sending a healthcare worker or a social worker to a crime scene instead of a police officer, a domestic violence scene, or an intoxicated individual that's acting violently would amount to a suicide mission. It's not practical and it's not safe. But the main thing I want to emphasize is also what the previous speaker said, and that is that we've seen movements to cut police budgets across the country over the last year, and they've resulted in dramatic increases in crime and in violent crime. And we don't want to see that here. The most important thing to remember about that is, sure, I care about my safety. I certainly care about my family's safety and the community's safety. But those who benefit most are the economically disadvantaged. They are the overwhelming majority of crime victims. I can tell you from my experience as a prosecutor in LA County, where the Sheriff's Department and the City Police Department were continuously underfunded, it was the small business owner where thefts took place and vandalism took place, trying to move up in the world. That's your typical victim of crime. It's the worker at a convenience store working a late night shift, trying to put food on the table for their family. These are the victims of crime that we need to be concerned about. It's the person walking down the street helpless who gets their purse snatched, and sometimes their entire life savings in that purse taken from them. These are the people we need to care about. So safety is important for everyone, but it's especially important for the economically disadvantaged. And I do want to say something about mental health. I don't in any way want to mock those who are talking about mental health. That is an important issue. But it was also stated previously, the resources for that are at the county level and the state level. And I want to applaud Supervisor Huber because he's brought that to the forefront. So mental health is important, but not as part of the city budget. If anything, we should be bolstering the city budget if we're concerned about mental health, so that our officers can get the resources, the training, and education to help in those areas. So again, I applaud the recommendation by the city staff, and I urge you to approve the budget with the proper funding for our police department. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Kelly McManam. Kelly, please unmute yourself.
Hi, can you see and hear me?
Yes, we can.
Cool. Hi, my name is Kelly McManaman. I am a citizen of Simi Valley. I wanted to go over the Budget Advisory Committee. As you can see, I am wearing my cap and gown, and that's because today I graduated in person. And I just want to say that while I could be eating dessert with my family, I'm here because the budget is that important to me, and I urge the same immediacy on your end as local leadership to combat this issue. So I was studying the city budget for nearly 2 to 3 months, and on the Budget Advisory Committee, I saw that they haven't been meeting for a year. They haven't posted minutes since December of 2019. And additionally, none of that has been updated on our website. I had to reach out to local leadership to find out that they're not meeting anymore, and there's no transparency about that on the website. There's 3 ways in which constituents can get involved in the budget process. One being this meeting, the other being the public budget forum at the end of May, and the third one being the Budget Advisory Committee. Without the Budget Advisory Committee, that means there's roughly 3 combined hours from this meeting and the meeting in May that constituents can get involved in the budget, because these are designated times set forth by the city. We have a youth council, we have homelessness task force, we have neighborhood councils, we have organizations on things that really matter to this city, but we failed to have a budget advisory committee that permanent. When I had asked about why the budget advisory committee was dissolved, I was given kind of 3 simple answers. The first being that they were created for a simple reason of expenditures exceeding, revenue, and that they had kind of fixed that, and so they didn't really have anything to talk about, and also that they dissolved after the results of an employee survey. So my questions are, first of all, the budget advisory committee should be there year-round, active, which should be there if our budget is struggling and if our budget is thriving, because constituents deserve the opportunity to have a chance at transparency and accountability when it comes to our funding. It's quite ironic that our website says your money, your budget, when there is no participation on the side of community members. I also think with the survey, they said they dissolved after that happened. I'm wondering, I saw the results of those surveys, and city employees said they felt overworked and underpaid. And someone also mentioned the elephant in the room being the city police gaining too much in one singular department. I also think it's ironic that the chair committee of the Budget Advisory Committee, Lee Kennedy, is also on the Simi Valley Police Foundation board membership. I think that's a complete conflict of interest. So tonight I am calling, if you really care about transparency and accountability, if you really say that it's our money, if you say that our property taxes, sales taxes, and service charges go to this, I urge the City Council to enact the Budget Advisory Committee as a permanent organization in the city of Simi Valley. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Stacy Vanderschaff, please unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Stacy Vanderschaff, and I am a Simi Valley resident. And I would like to thank the previous speaker, Kelly McManaman, for reminding us all to congratulate our local high school graduates. Congrats to them for having completed this important milestone with less than normal circumstances. So I hope that everyone who is celebrating right now enjoys their time and this important milestone. Since the last city council meeting, the Rancho Simi Parks and Recreation Department announced that the 4th of July fireworks show is going to happen this year. And since that announcement, I've had so many conversations with neighbors and other Simi residents about how excited they are about this happening and how they are really looking forward to the 4th of July this year. Everyone was so disappointed when the city could not have the fireworks show last year. So from what I have observed, it means a lot to our city to have it this year. So I just want to say right now, a huge thank you to the city council and especially to our amazing Parks and Recreation Department for all the work that they did to make this fireworks show possible for this year. I imagine they had to start planning for it even before they were 100% certain that the state would lift restrictions enough to have it in the first place. So I'm really glad that they were willing to put in the work to make it happen, even with no guarantees. And since the city's budget is a topic on tonight's agenda, I think the money spent on the fireworks show might be one thing that a good majority of Simi Valley residents agree is money well spent. After a year of missing out on so many things because of the COVID pandemic, a fireworks show that brings everyone in the community together is a long overdue celebration. So thank you again to our city council and also to our very awesome Parks and Rec people for everything you do for Simi residents.
Thank you, and I think this entire council agrees. Congratulations to everybody that graduated, and thank you for those words, Stacy.
Next speaker, Joe Ayala. Joe, please unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, everybody. Good evening, fellow citizens of Simi Valley and council members. My name is Joe Ayala. I'm the vice president of NABIT Local 53. We're a broadcast union, and I'm also a resident of Simi Valley. My family and I have lived here for over a decade, and I rise before you tonight in opposition to the proposed budget. I, as well as many citizens here in Simi, are concerned that the committee, which was formed to have oversight on the budget, has not been to fulfill their mandate in over a year. This does not seem in any way transparent in regards to considering the views of our local community. I would encourage the city council to bring the budget back for further consideration. I would also propose that the city council reallocate some of the money that is going to the police department and instead create mental health programs where trained mental health professionals or social workers would tend to mental health related emergency calls. These programs, while county and state driven, need some buy-in from the city to be successful. I would also like to propose that we use the reallocated money to fund substance abuse programs and rehabilitation programs, as well as domestic violence programs that would help victims and families of abuse. Some of the money could also be used to fund mobile care units that would provide free healthcare. We could use some of the money to fund youth centers and programs that focus on education. Crime prevention and public health is always preferable to enforcement. And I believe that these programs would not only alleviate the workload of our police officers, but provide trained professionals to handle these specific issues. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Paula Marie Young. Please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you so very much. Wow, I've heard a lot of really interesting things tonight, and I once again, thank you so much for just having the public have the ability to express their different views. It makes for a wonderful city and a wonderful community where we can all share in so many different ideas. I'm addressing the comments that were made at last week's budget meeting. The big comment basically was, hey, there's 48% of the general fund budget is earmarked for the police department. And there were people that were questioning, why is the police budget for Simi Valley so much higher than the neighboring Thousand Oaks or Moore Park budget? Well, so I asked around, and what I was told is that one of the differences is that when you start comparing Thousand Oaks or Moore Park's police department funding and Simi Valley's police department funding, is that Simi Valley owns our police department. We own it. Another difference is that Simi Valley has a lot of specialty forces like SWAT, criminal investigation, et cetera, where the rest, these other cities have to use county resources, and these are shared resources. In Thousand Oaks and Moore Park, they contract out the county sheriff's department for their policing while we have our own police force. To compare Simi Valley's police budget fairly with Moore Park or Thousand Oaks, you would have to add the costs of those shared resources to Moore Park or Thousand Oaks' budget. So, you know, I understand that Mr. Ayala, I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name, wants special programs, you know, to prevent crime, and wants to decrease the police funding in order to do that. We are hearing in the news cities that are trying that and have tried that, and they are failing horribly. So please reconsider that. I think you're running for mayor, and please consider that, reconsider that, because those cities are in trouble now. They need their police. They're putting more money back into the police departments. We have a very dangerous thing going on in Antelope Valley. We have drug cartels who are operating illegal marijuana fields and stealing our water. Now, we all have different opinions about whether or not marijuana should be grown, but right now it's legal. And so legal operators are being robbed by these illegal cartels. And these cartels are dangerous people, and it's a very dangerous situation. If word gets out that we, Simi Valley, are diverting some of our funds from the police department or in any way decreasing our police funding, we could be inviting criminals to come to this city. I mean, just that alone. We do not want that reputation. We do not want to get that word out. Crime hurts business. Crime hurts all of us. Currently, we are less than one
Your time's
officer
up,
per
Paula Marie.
1,000 people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Reese Holland. Please unmute yourself.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak today. My name is Reese Holland, and I am a resident of Neighborhood District 2. I wanted to actually speak just for a moment on a couple of the previous comments. The third speaker had some real wackadoo stuff about vaccines, and I advise you to ignore their comments. Anyone who lacks a doctorate in virology and immunology isn't qualified to speak on the subject. I believe their lack of citations makes their claims baseless. The first and fourth speaker seem to be looking at the police the wrong way. I'm not going to say that police aren't needed, but we're asking way too much of them. And there's always been a problem that police lead to punitive consequences that can drag low-income workers and families even further down when they are faced with those punitive consequences in their family. Seeing an armed officer show up to a domestic dispute is corollary to it becoming a violent and dangerous situation to begin with, where community-focused programs like Cahoots and the STAR program have proven efficacy as a non-police solution. Our police are overworked because we ask too much of them. Well, what do they provide in terms of safety to non-police issues? Are they cutting back wildfire and vegetation fuel? Are they repairing the roads that have fallen in disrepair? Will they keep the power running throughout the city 24/7? Will they maintain access to communications technology so we don't have an embarrassing internet outage right when we start a city council meeting like we had a few months ago? The obvious answer is no. But how are we going to address these issues when half the city budget does go to the police? Before we can approve the budget, we need a full itemized list of all police expenses and expenditures over time, like bringing out people in riot gear to corral police protesters, peaceful protesters, what equipment we don't need and can sell back and stop training in, and giving everyone a chance to have the full transparency and time to review it. I would also ask that we review lawsuits and other legal claims that comes out of the city budget and comes out of our pockets. I'd like citations from folks who say that reduced police is a problem. The issue in Antelope Valley sounds like an FBI issue or a DEA issue, but it does not sound like something the police department should be handling. We already have a growing domestic terrorist problem, and the police are not only doing nothing about it, I'm pretty sure we have domestic terrorist members in our police department. You can probably just find it in their tattoos and the comments that they make on Facebook and the groups that they've joined. So we've got police that are overworked. They're not actually making things that much safer in the ways that, police don't make things safer. And we're going to need to start allocating funds to things other than the police if we want to get these things taken care of. When Sci-Fi Networks completes their project, we need to municipalize all of those lines and have our own first-party internet. We should not be selling those to third parties. This is all stuff that we need to be considering, and that's why I believe we should not approve the budget today and take more time to look at it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker, April Amonte. April, please unmute yourself.
Hello, my name is April Amonte. I am a lifelong Simi Valley resident. And I first of all want to say I love at the beginning of the meeting, the council recognizing the LGBTQ and also the Juneteenth statements. I think that's wonderful. And just something for the council to consider is that so that those are not just empty sort of performative statements, to put like action and policy behind those resolutions would be the best show of solidarity to those. For example, not supporting businesses like Chick-fil-A that continue to donate to causes and charities and or other organizations that perpetuate violence and bigotry against the LGBTQ community, and continues to support anti-LGBTQ legislation and policy. And also, I stand with some of the others who have said that, the Budget Advisory Committee, get them to start meeting again and post up-to-date meetings on the city website. To me, that's just an absolute no-brainer. That absolutely needs to happen. And then all vacant positions in the city should be filled so that employees do not feel overworked and underpaid. The itemized budget from the SVPD needs to be seen. Obviously, as we've already seen, they're taking nearly half the budget, as we've talked about. And, I understand the police is a very tricky issue. In 2020, the police killed more people than every year of data we have thus far, except for 2018. I have not heard these statistics of the other people have talked about that cutting funding is decreasing safety. I've heard statistics that the communities with the least crime are those who have the most resources, not necessarily the most police. And also I've heard research that says that more training and body cameras may change police officer attitudes, but doesn't necessarily change their behavior. And if your worst consequence of bad behavior on a job is more training, that's quite saying something, really. And, so I'm not, I understand that it's a very nuanced and tricky issue, but I think that if people want calls for defunding and abolishing the police to stop, I think that the rate at which police disproportionately kill non-white people, Black, Indigenous, and people of color needs to stop. And then we can stop having those conversations. What are your solutions otherwise to make this stop happening? Thus far, I haven't seen any others. So anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, that was the last identified registered speaker.
Okay. We'll go to comments regarding the public statements that we heard.
Yes.
And we will start with Councilmember Luevanos. Name is on
Mayor.
the screen.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt. Oh, I had a hand up. I have a hand up on unidentified.
Okay, let's go ahead and let them speak.
Okay.
Hi, this is Linda Gould. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I did sign up, but I don't know why I got left off, but that's okay. First of all, I do live here in Simi Valley, and I've been a resident of Ventura County for over 40 years. And I want to thank you all very much for your dedication and hard work. And I'd like to thank you for supporting our police. They keep our community safe, which is very comforting. And basically, a lot of people have already said much of what I was going to say, but I think a lot of people don't realize that women can actually suffer a lot by defunding the police, because 1/3 of female homicides in our country are by a husband, boyfriend, or male that they know. And domestic violence is a huge problem. And it's the most common way that our police officers die. And we've lost 128 police officers this year. So also we have a huge drug problem. And I understand that 49% increase in illegal drugs has been coming into our community this last year. So honestly, this is not the time to defund our police. We have open borders and we have drugs coming in, and the police can be a big deterrent for this, so that kids are not dying and not getting hooked. I know 2 kids that have died from heroin overdoses in Simi Valley, and I know it's a problem. And yes, we need help with mental health, but taking it from the people who protect us is not the way to do it. And I read that the police are very aware of the mental health issues, and our Simi Valley Police Department raises money for the National Mental Health Alliance, and that group in turn gives money to our county resources for mental health. So you can buy a t-shirt from the Simi Valley Police Department if you'd like, and help support mental health that way. The other thing is they have a Coffee with Cops, which allows the citizens to meet them and discuss local community issues. This is a wonderful program to help people see that the officers are really peacemakers. We don't have the problems here that you see in these big inner cities that have gone on that we've watched in the news. Our officers here are not racist. They don't attack the minorities. We don't see people being shot by the police here. These people, when you get to know them, they're really wonderful and they keep us safe. And I just want to thank you, our city council, our mayor, for supporting them and treating Simi Valley like Simi Valley is. And we're so lucky to have our own department that we own, from the dogs to the buildings, all of it. And that's the same with
I'm
Pasadena
sorry,
and some
ma'am,
other
your time's
small
up.
cities.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have one more unidentified.
Okay, I
I'll
think
see
we
if they
should
want to
let them speak.
Okay.
Yes, hello, this is Paige Murphy, and I'm calling about why why we should have learn about the history of the vaccine adverse events and why we should be disturbed. The source is from Senator Bob Hall at the Texas Senate hearing. In 2019, 203 vaccine deaths were reported to the Vaccine Adverse Events Reporting System, known as VAERS. In 2018, there were 119. Since December 2020 through April 23, 2021, only in 4 months, there have been reported deaths of 3,362 from the COVID vaccine. That's roughly 30 people dying every day. And to make matters worse, only approximately 1 to 10% are reported to the VAERS. Let's compare 3,362 deaths in 4 months for the COVID jab versus 1 death in 8 years between 2007 and 2015 for the bacterial meningitis vaccine. In 4 months of 2021, we've had more COVID vaccine deaths than all the vaccine deaths for the 15-year period between 1997 and 2013. Plus, the jab has caused almost 1,000 heart attacks and over 8,000 other hospitalizations in those 4 months. Where is the outrage to stop this slaughter? In 1976, when 45 million people were vaccinated for the swine flu, a mere 53 people died. Despite this, the program was immediately halted because 53 deaths were considered too risky. And now we're approaching 4,000 deaths from a non-vaccine in slightly over 4 months. What about the liability issue? I wonder how many people would take this jab if they knew that the vaccine manufacturers had a sweetheart deal to avoid any responsibility for compensation. 100% immunity from lawsuits. This means the patient carries 100% risk if they were to suffer either a mild adverse reaction, disability, or even death. Would you get on an airplane knowing that if it crashed, the airline had no liability? This is crazy. You are shameless if you are coercing our public, your citizens, and bribing the constituents to take this experimental gene-altering device. It's not even a vaccine. It's your job to look out for the welfare of the people in your district. So please do your job and pass a resolution that prohibits discrimination against customers who want to shop, go to school, go to work, go to the library, wherever it might be, who have chosen not to get this draconian shot. And there's plenty more statistics that I know many people can see for themselves. But in this community and in our local communities, please help us to have freedoms and our liberties. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll go to,
That concludes.
okay, that's complete. We'll go to comments by the council, and we'll start with Councilmember Luevanos.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make sure there weren't any more public comments. I just want to, as far as the budget issues, I'll wait till we get to item 8A to address the budget issues. But I do want to address very quickly the fact that there are 383 Americans dying of COVID every day in this country still today. So we have lost over 600,000 people. I lost 4 family members, and a number of students lost family members to COVID. So they rushed to get the vaccine to make sure that they didn't die. It is your choice. No one forces you to get the vaccine, but it is a way to keep family members safe. For example, those who are under the age of 12 that cannot get vaccinated yet, and those who have cancer, like several friends of mine, to protect them. And that's why I'm vaccinated. In terms of I agree with the comments from April Amante. We should not just make performative gestures and resolutions for Juneteenth and LGBTQ Pride. I suggest we follow suit for the city of Oxnard that waved their Pride-inclusive LGBTQ flag at City Hall. I will gladly pay for it myself if my colleagues would agree to fly an LGBTQ flag for Pride Month. And those are my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Kavanaugh.
I just wanted, to make a quick comment regarding the 4th of July fireworks. Thank you for the comment, the public comment on that. I wanted to give credit where credit is due. The Simi Valley Days Foundation will be hosting that this year with the city and the park district participating in supplying the funds and or the park. But I did want to make sure that the Simi Valley Days Foundation was given credit for that. So thank you.
Great. Councilmember Litzner.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Kavanaugh. I was also going to articulate that about fireworks. It is near and dear to my heart, as you may remember from conversations last year. So I too appreciate those who comment about them, and I'm looking forward to that display of patriotism and celebration on behalf of our city. I too will wait and later to discuss some of the many budgetary comments, although I do want to thank the many people that called and engaged and are examining and looking at the budget. I think it speaks to the transparency of our government that these documents are published, are printed, are well available, that they can be gone over with a fine-tooth comb, and I'm appreciative of the comments that have been made, and we will have further discussions. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Judge. And I have no comments.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, the next item on the agenda is item 6, the consent calendar, and there are 2 resolutions for your consideration this evening. The reading of the resolutions is as follows. Consent item 6, resolution number 2021-18, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley establishing an appropriations limit for fiscal year 2021-22, and consent item 7, resolution number 2021-19, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley acting in its capacity as a legislative body of Community Facilities District number 2004-1 of the City of Simi Valley Town Center Project, authorizing the levy of a special tax for fiscal year 2021-2022.
Okay. Anybody want to poll Councilmember Luevanos?
Mayor, I would like to pull items 3 and 7.
3 and 7. Okay, anybody else? Okay, we'll start with 3. Questions on 3?
Yes, sorry, I'm trying to maneuver back and forth here. So on this report for the approval of the Simi Valley Cultural Arts Center fiscal year, I saw that it's based on CAC generated revenues. And what I'm curious about is there is a $90,000 cost for personnel. So my understanding is that we laid off our crossing guards during the COVID pandemic because there was no need for them because we weren't at school physically. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time
Oh,
hearing you. Could you say
yes.
that?
That's correct.
So we laid off our crossing guard personnel because there was no need for them during the pandemic because there was no school.
That's correct.
So why do we have a $90,000 personnel cost if the Cultural Arts Center was closed during the pandemic as well?
We had staff working there on formulating virtual work. And with the center closed, there is still work to do. Assistant City Manager Swan can probably go into further detail, but we have one position was reprogrammed to work in the city clerk's office. So we'd have one person that was on that Cultural Arts Center staff that worked in the city clerk's office. I left 2 other individuals to care for the building as well as some of the reporting and other things that are normally happen through the Cultural Arts Center. Linda, do you want to?
Yeah, and I would just say the community services manager played an active role in developing a virtual program, working with the youth council on doing virtual programs, a cabaret series, applying for grants, really collaborating with other art agencies on how they are recovering through the pandemic and other items.
I'm just curious. I mean, I would like, and I didn't see it in here, a breakdown of how exactly that time was spent, because that's a lot of money, and it seems unfair to our city employees to say, hey, we're going to lay you off because of the pandemic, but when these other people don't get, laid off. That's a huge expenditure. And my understanding is that the Cultural Arts Commission, the Cultural Arts Foundation, did the bulk of the work of ensuring that the Cultural Arts Center committees continued. I know for a fact, being on the Youth Council as an advisor, that they were asked to step in quite a few times to ensure the multicultural activities continued. So I'm still trying to understand if one of you can explain to me the exact reason for this $90,000 expenditure. on personnel costs specifically during a pandemic when the Cultural Arts Center was closed?
I can tell you, we just had continuous work to do. Just because the center is closed, there is still work that the general manager,
community
general
serv- yeah.
manager and the other person
Correct.
had to do.
What was the
We'd be
salary
more
for
than
the
happy to
general
provide
manager?
a list of the tasks they did over time. They are salaried employees.
What
We are
was
not
the
looking at
salary
them
for
on a
the
month-
general manager?
I would have to look that up. I don't know.
Okay, I would like to table this motion until we get that information. and I
Actually,
don't feel-
Councilmember Lovenos, I guess I'm not understanding this because we have an entire city that worked from home and the city was closed, the library was closed, our senior center was closed, yet they still provided services in a distant fashion the best that they could. We had people driving up to get, books remotely, et cetera. And our cultural arts manager, Mr. Hensel, worked tirelessly. I sat through the reports and the committees and read the 5-year plan, the wonderful things he's working on. I think in part that wonderful multicultural arts event that we just experienced with the Youth Council, that was collaboration. He was the one also assisted to make sure that was taking place. I guess I'm not understanding why you have a concern with one employee or one area of the city, because
I'm not targeting any specific person. I didn't even mention any names. I just mentioned the cost because it seems very disproportionate to me, if we're talking about equity and transparency, that we laid off our crossing guards unless our crossing guards get the same opportunity to work remotely.
Our
Did they
crossing
get the
guards are
same
wonderful, but they
opportunities?
specifically sat there and made sure people safely crossed the street. That's their assignment. And that
Did
was
our-
the only
So did
instance
our
where
crossing
anyone's
guards
been
get the
laid
same
off.
opportunity to earn their full pay during the pandemic?
Their specific assignment is much appreciated, but when schools were closed, that no longer existed.
And as was the Cultural Arts Center closed. I'm
It
asking
was
for the
not.
same
I enjoyed some
transparency.
lovely online events that were offered through the cultural arts remotely.
As was school offered remotely. So we're comparing apples to apples here. I'm not comparing anything different.
Crossing the streets is different than running an entire building and a program.
But if
And I have to add that I'm on the Cultural Arts Commission, and they did struggle. And I tend to openly start thinking the same thing. And in fact, I went to the city manager, what are we going to do when we first closed? And then I saw the struggles that were going on to do virtual shows and prepare for shows when we do reopen. There was a multitude of things, and I suddenly realized that it's not a matter of putting a close sign on the door, just like the library. They didn't just put a close sign on the door, but they were closed. And we didn't end them, we paid them.
No.
And in the case of the crossing guards, it's kind of hard to put them somewhere. There's no school, so there's no need for the crossing guards.
So were they, no one's answered my question yet.
sorry.
Were they offered the same opportunity to earn their full pay as the general manager was for the Simi Valley Cultural Arts Center to come and help in the city clerk's office?
We have to be financially wise. And
Yeah, so why didn't we
offer to
lay
pay-
off this person like we did the crossing guards? If that's fiscal responsibility, then why didn't we treat this person equitably, the same like we did the crossing guards?
Cultural Arts Center still brought in some money to offset the cost, and so they were doing a function. What function would the crossing guards be able to do?
Well, I don't know, what function did this personnel from the Cultural Arts Center serve in the city clerk's office?
Hasn't this been asked and answered already?
No, it hasn't. I still haven't received an answer. I'm asking for transparency on behalf of the taxpayers that we were elected to represent.
Okay, excuse me. Our assistant city manager explained all the aspects of the person and the jobs that they were responsible for while they were gone. That is a full-time salaried position. The crossing guards are part-time hourly positions, and obviously the economic effect to them would not be quite as bad.
So we're treating our
Plus, I-
part-time employees as less than because they're hourly?
No, that's not, quit putting words into everybody else's mouth.
I'm just stating what you're
saying,
stating.
I've explained to you what I think, and I think we did the right thing correctly. Thank you.
I'd just like to add to make sure that nobody talks over anybody so that we have a clear record.
Okay. Did everybody hear that? The city attorney just advising us not to talk over each other, so there's a clear record.
Okay, Mayor, I would just ask one more time, and this is going to be the third time that I ask. why was this person not laid off like the crossing guards? If schools were closed and they were online, and the Cultural Arts Center was closed and they were online, why was this person still allowed to receive their full salary while the crossing guards were not?
The person that was working his full salary had work to do. The crossing guards, we did not have work for them to do. I believe, actually, correct me if I'm wrong, Ron, I think we extended to the crossing guards the ability to do other work, but they were part of the most of them were part of the vulnerable population and were not able to work because most of them are all senior citizens. We did have one that looked at working, but they ended up not taking the task. So we paid them as long as we could until the point where it did not look like school was going to open up, and we laid them off until school reopened. I did not have any remote work for them to do. For the ones that indicated they did, we did check with them, and because they were part of the most vulnerable population, most of them declined to do any of the work.
I have a question for the city manager. Was there any discussion with the school district about, the crossing guards benefit the school district? Were they willing to jump in and do some of the, were they able to find jobs for the crossing guards or look or help pay for the crossing guards when they were off? Was there any discussion like that?
We did not have any discussion with the school district, no.
So it was all on the backs of the city to support the crossing guards who are really doing a service for the schools.
True.
And so we paid this $90,000 even though the Cultural Arts Center was closed. And that's on the backs of the taxpayers as well. Is that correct?
That's correct.
We paid all of our employees that were salaried,
Except for the school guards.
that were salaried.
Again, a differentiation between hourly employees and salaried
We've paid,
employees.
and we offered employment to part-time people. What I just heard, are you not, is it not okay that those who worked as crossing guards chose not to continue working because they wanted to be safe at home? Are you saying they should have been out there working? I don't think that's fair to say that. They chose, what I heard our city manager just tell us is that they were offered opportunities, they declined. They were a vulnerable population, they stayed home. I want to commend our city for all that they've done to keep all of our employees employed during this difficult time, from the Cultural Arts Center to the Senior Center to the library, all of which have been closed. But they've been working remotely, they've been working locally when they could safely and providing services for our entire city, for our entire population.
Okay, so were the crossing guards offered the opportunity to work remotely?
I think we're getting to the point now where we need to move on.
No, I'm asking for transparency and accountability on behalf of the taxpayers that we represent. If that makes you uncomfortable to be accountable and transparent, then, that's your
Doesn't make me
issue.
uncomfortable at all. What I want to say is, we don't want to keep repeating the same question over and over again. We have other items on the agenda that we have to move on to. And if we keep repeating our arguments, we're really not going anywhere.
Mayor, I will gladly move on if I can get an answer. Do we treat salaried and hourly employees differently in this city?
No.
Then why did we treat these employees differently?
These employees we did not have any remote work that these employees could do. They were not trained in any of our computer systems, any of our financial management systems that would allow them to work remotely. The crossing guards are normally laid off when school ends in June. We kept them on the payroll until July 1, at which point because we did not know how long COVID was going to last, thinking that perhaps we would be able to bring them back prior to the end of school. That did not happen. The normal course of business in any other year is we would lay off our crossing guards during the summer months. Because school was not in session when the next school year began, we kept them on the laid off status. When the schools were able to welcome students back to schools, we brought all of our crossing guards back. There were a couple that didn't come back. I think there were 2 or 3 that did not come back. The rest of them did. We did not have remote work to offer them. They are not familiar with our computer systems, and they would never have had computer access to our system anyway.
Okay, I have another question. 2 more questions, Mayor.
Are you still on number 3?
Yes.
Okay.
The first one is, was there funding available for those who lost their employment due to COVID? Was there any sort of financial support through the county or the state or the federal government for those who lost their jobs? I know many of which were in the entertainment industry due to COVID. So yes or no?
Whatever was offered through the federal and state governments, I'm not aware of anything at a local level.
Mr. Gabler, I think it's just important, respectfully, that we stay on the agenda, what was properly noticed, and I think that's, that doesn't appear to be noticed, and that could be a Brown Act issue.
Sorry.
Okay.
Okay, my understanding is yes, there was, and this is my last question, and it is on page 3. The third bullet point, it says $41,500 is budgeted for capital replacement costs related to programming operations. So I'm curious, in a year where the Cultural Arts Center was closed because of the pandemic, why do we have $41,000 in capital replacement costs for programming operations when there were no programs happening?
So we delayed the purchase of microphones, and if you hold on one second here. I believe they were related to the 600 megahertz, which due to regulatory changes made by the FCC, the center has to replace them. So I believe that's 12 to 15,000.
Okay, and the rest of the costs, the 40,000?
Is this for 21, 22, or 2021?
I'm looking at, again, I'm referring to bullet point, the third bullet point on page 3, where it says 41,500 is budgeted for capital replacement costs related to programming operations.
This is for next year's budget.
Okay. So this is for next year when we reopen?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, those are all my questions for item number 3, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Let's move to item number 7.
Yes, I just have a simple question. As I see the, this is for the levies, the special tax for the fiscal year of the town center. And I see they've increased from 332,000 to 570,000. And my question is, what happens if it says all costs related to the district on page 2 of the report, all costs related to the district or costs of the district, not the city or its general fund. As a result, all costs relating to administering the district and paying debt service on the bonds of the responsibility of property owners with the district. And it is, this is relative to the benefit that each parcel will derive from the right to access the facilities. So my question is, what happens if these are empty and these levies do not get paid? What happens to the city?
If the levies don't get paid, then there is a lien placed against the property for the benefit of the bondholders. If the lien isn't paid, then the property would be foreclosed upon.
Okay, and do you foresee that they will be able to pay these levies in this, in the fiscal year that is upcoming?
Yes.
Okay. That's my only question. Mayor, I'd like to pull item 3 from the consent calendar and move to approve items 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, and 7 on the consent calendar.
Okay, we have a motion. I need a second.
I'll second to approve them. Is that what we're doing?
What the motion basically, she pulled 3 completely.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I'm not seconding that. I'm sorry. I thought you were, are you pulling it to vote separately? What are you pulling? Maybe I
Yes,
misunderstood.
yes, I can vote separately on
So
3.
we're going to vote, we will vote on
Okay,
3.
okay, let's, okay, I understand what you're doing now. We'll go 1 through 7 with the exception of 3.
I think that's what she wanted.
Yes, that's the motion I made.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay,
Was there a second? I'm sorry. Was there a second?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, let's vote on it, please.
The motion passes unanimously.
okay, and now we need a motion for 3.
I move that we pass item 3 on the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, motion is second to approve 3. Call for the vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Kavanaugh?
Missing somebody?
Yeah, I did mine too.
Did everybody vote? There we go.
Did you have to do it twice?
The motion passes with Councilmember Lubanos voting no.
Okay.
Let's get through the next item, then the budget.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, the next item on the agenda is item 7A, second reading of ordinance number 1322, amending portions of Title IX of the Simi Valley Municipal Code for establishing regulations to allow beekeeping, apiculture activities in single-family residential and open space zoning districts, and a determination that the amendments are exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. The reading of the ordinance is as follows. Ordinance number 1322, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley for Z-S-754, amending portions of Title IX of the Simi Valley Municipal Code for establishing regulations to allow beekeeping, apiculture activities in single-family residential and open space zoning districts, and a determination that the amendments are exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA as amended, and Jennifer Santos is available for questions.
Do we have any questions, staff?
I move the adoption of ordinance number 1322.
Second?
Motion and a second. Call for the vote. Vote again. Oops, missed. Like trying to drive my.
The motion passes with Councilmember Lubanos voting no.
Okay, at this time, we'll take a 10-minute break. Which will put us at 20.
But then it disappears. Yeah, it shows up.
Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order, and we're ready for agenda item 8.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, the next item on the agenda is item 8A, review and approval of fiscal year 2021-2022 budget, approval of 5-year capital improvement program fiscal year 2021-22 to fiscal year 2025-26, approval of fiscal year 2021-22 transit budget and program of projects, and adoption of resolutions. The reading of the resolutions is as follows. Resolution number 2021-20, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley authorizing the filing of applications with the Federal Transit Administration and Operating Administration of United States Department of Transportation for federal transportation assistance authorized by 49 U.S.C. Chapter 53 and for any Title 23 United States Code and other federal statutes administered by the Federal Transit Administration, and joint resolution number 2021-21, WWD-284, SA-10, PL-31, a joint resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley, Board of Directors of Ventura County Waterworks District Number 8, successor agency to the City of Simi Valley Community Development Agency, and Board of Trustees for the Simi Valley Library approving the fiscal year 2021-2022 annual budget and 5-year capital improvement program for fiscal year 2021-2022 to fiscal year 2025-2026. And Joe Tony is here for this presentation.
Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, we are here today to present the fiscal year 2021-22 proposed annual. Hold on a second, technical difficulties. I think we're having issues with the Zoom going out to the public.
The camera operator can always pick up the screen if necessary, if we can't share a screen.
All right, we are here today for the fiscal year 2021-22 proposed annual budget. I would like to thank all the departments for their hard work in preparing it and putting it together. Also like to thank Assistant City Manager Linda Swan for her help and guidance, Budget Officer Carolyn Johnson, and Budget and Policy Analyst Daniel Amaro. Both are here to help present the budget tonight. And I'd be remiss if I didn't also thank our own Francesca Adams, who actually took this photo for our cover and has a bit of symbolism for the city, as we like to think that the sun is rising on a new day. So tonight you're going to have 4 recommended actions, or 4 actions to take. Approve the Simi Valley Transit Program of Projects, adopt the resolution for the FTA, review and approve the FY 21-22 proposed budget and 5-year capital improvement program, and adopt the budget resolution. So tonight we're going to go over what is in the budget process. We'll touch on the economics that we're facing. We'll go over the general fund, which is what you have the most discretion over. We'll go over our capital projects, or CIP. We'll also touch on the enterprise funds, transit, sanitation, and water. And we'll also go over some of the department accomplishments that they've tackled this past year, and also their goals for the upcoming year. And as well, we have staff here to try to answer any questions that you may have. So the city's budget process, we showed this last year as well, and we'll continue to show it. We kick off in December, and that's when we first corral all the departments, go over any changes we've made, and start to really talk about what's going to happen in the next fiscal year. So while this starts in December, we also are doing some preliminary work. Really, in the summer, we start to survey departments, get a sense of things we did well, things we can improve on. And of course, we're monitoring the budget as soon as it's adopted. So it's really a year-long process. But we kick off in December. Departments start looking at their numbers, things that they're expecting, start looking at any policy items they might want to ask for. They start working on their narrative in February and March. We meet with the city manager and the departments to go over those proposals and what is in their budget. We try to come up with the city manager decisions or the proposed budget by April. And then from April to May, we're really refining that. And then we go to production and print it. And then we have the public budget meeting, ideally a couple weeks before the city council meeting, which we had on May 24th. And then we are here tonight with the proposed budget, hopefully for adoption. So the economic outlook, obviously last year was quite a shock, not only to us, but to the world. Right as we were developing the fiscal year 2021 budget or the current year budget, the pandemic hit. We took our time to reevaluate where we were. We waited to the last minute to really bring that to you. We ultimately ended up reducing the proposed budget by about $3.4 million from where we had started out to present to you a balanced budget. During that year, vacant positions were kept open and non-essential departmental funding was delayed. And fiscal year 2019-20 ended with a surplus of nearly $6 million, which allowed us to create the COVID Recovery Fund. Thankfully, as this year has progressed, it doesn't look like we're going to need that. It was very prudent to set it aside just in case our shortfalls were too much for our budget and we needed to dip into that. But thankfully, we've been able to ride the ship or ride the storm. So hopefully we'll be coming back to you at a future date to look at that one-time source of funds to use going forward. And through all of this, we were able to avoid any serious service reductions, avoid furloughs, really keep our services stable, which not a lot of cities can say they were able to do. So we were very successful, even with a very turbulent economic environment. Also pending is the American Rescue Plan. It is estimated to bring the city approximately $15.3 million. The funds will be distributed over 2 fiscal years, and they need to be encumbered by December 31st of 2024. Funds are supposed to be used for COVID-19 response and to strengthen public services in the local economy, and we'll touch more on that in a later slide. So here is our preliminary 5-year forecast. It's mostly based with, or mostly assumed with inflationary factors, but you can see we're starting to see revenue slightly outpace expenditures. That's something we haven't seen in a while for the city. That's hopefully setting us up for a position to be able to make some strategic decisions. So we're in a good position, and especially after COVID, I can say that's a great place to be. And a lot of that's due to well-managed budgetary decisions over the years. And as we start to proceed, that can change, but hopefully we can continue to see that growth. In our forecast, the city's CalPERS pension fund will result in a $2.9 million increase in costs over the next 5 years. And that's based on actuarial studies and modeling tools, but that is included in here. And also we are seeing an increase in revenue from Kaiser Permanente. We'll start to receive lease payments on that site. The city will receive over $480,000 in annual lease revenue, and an annual rent increase of 2% is built into that lease. So that is included in this model. So there are some things we did factor in aside from some of the standard inflationary factors. Now, even though we are in a good position, we do have long-term fiscal issues. We touched on this a little bit last year, and these are long-term issues, so they will continue. They do require long-term solutions. Our pension liability, as well as OPEB liability. We mentioned that CalPERS costs are in the forecast. We hope to bring to you an update on pension and OPEB later this year. Infrastructure, a recent analysis showed 2019-20 pavement management program update report showed that we needed to spend about $11 million per year on roads. That is something that we want to try to tackle. Hopefully we can incrementally start to increase the amount we put towards roads on an ongoing basis. Maintenance, again, it's a 50-year-old city, so we have ongoing maintenance needs. That may ultimately require a study to fully understand our maintenance needs and what the demands are. Right now, we're mostly paying for maintenance at time of need and ongoing schedules. Process improvement. The city has become leaner and more efficient. However, there's always room for improvement, and we need to continuously re-examine our processes. And of course, compensation to market. We have made a lot of prudent decisions as a city, and employees have done a great job. But over time, we do need to bring up that compensation to be competitive. And that's something we're looking at. We hope to be able to tackle that in the coming years. But we also have to understand that ongoing increases can quickly eliminate the projected surpluses we have in the 5-year forecast. So some one-time revenue sources we've identified. Again, we set aside that $6 million COVID recovery fund, $15.3 million in American Rescue Plan dollars. Again, we have to spend that or encumber that by December 31st of 2024. And we are formulating a multi-year plan. We hope to bring that back to the City Council to discuss options. And we're still waiting on the final report from the Treasury on what our guidance is for that. And we'll touch again a little more on that in a follow-up slide. And then CARES Act funds. The city received about a little over $2 million in funds from the CARES Act to cover related expenditures. And we're continuing to monitor that, see how much we need. And any remaining funds that are available from any of these sources will be brought back to City Council for potential one-time use within their allowed purpose. So the American Rescue Plan, again, estimated to be $15.3 million. That's split into 2 payments. It's anticipated we'll get a payment at the end of this fiscal year and at the end of next fiscal year. Some possible eligible uses are assistance to households, small businesses, and nonprofits due to negative impacts of COVID-19. Replace lost public sector revenue. Hopefully we can also invest in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. Those are some of the main preliminary options, but we're trying to explore that, see what other options we have, just as our fellow neighboring cities are as well. And again, the interim, currently we have the interim guidance, but we're waiting on the final guidance from the federal government. Hopefully that'll come in July. And we will return to council with plans and options, and it's not something that we have to spend right now, so we have time to think about that and really develop a plan. So with that, I will turn it over to our budget officer, Carolyn Johnson.
So I'll talk a little about the general fund. So we have general fund policies, and our policies do state that the city will adopt and maintain a structurally balanced budget. And what that means is that ongoing operating revenues will meet or exceed ongoing operating expenses. And our policies also state that any year-end remaining unassigned funds could be available for consideration by the council for one-time uses. So this is another potential source of one-time funds that could be used for shoring up areas within the city that may have been neglected. And our policies also state that the city will maintain a prudent general fund reserve balance for emergencies and catastrophic events. And City Council has established this as a 17% of the general fund budgeted expenditures. So the city's general fund far exceeds the recommended 17% with a fund balance of 56% of the fiscal year 21-22 proposed expenditures. And the coronavirus pandemic did emerge just as the 2021 budget was being developed, as Joe had said earlier. It did require a quick response from staff to reevaluate anticipated revenues and submit to council proposed budget that was still balanced. We did get stronger than anticipated sales tax revenue. So the overall revenue from taxes and franchises is expected to be $2.1 million more than the adopted budget. And overall revenues are anticipated to be $1 million less than the adopted budget. The expenses are estimated to be at $4.5 million less than the adopted budget. And of that amount, $4.3 million is the result of salary and benefit savings from planned and unplanned staff vacancies during the year. The estimated ending expenditures for fiscal year 2021, this current year, represents a $86,450 decrease over the city's expenditures for fiscal year 1920.
And that is if you exclude the $6 million transfer to the COVID Recovery Fund. And fiscal year 2021 is expected to end with a $3.5 million surplus. So as I mentioned the healthy general fund balance earlier, as of July 1st, 2020, which was the start of this current fiscal year, the general fund balance was $40.5 million. After projecting revenues and expenses for the current fiscal year, we're anticipating a year-end surplus of $3.5 million, and this will bring the end-of-year general fund balance to $44 million, which is, again, well above the mandated 17% prudent reserve, which would be $13.3 million. So in reviewing the city's annual budget and making comparisons between yearly expenditures and revenues, it's important to compare one year's actual expenditures to another year's actual expenditures. A comparison between an actual expenditure number and a budgeted expenditure number only demonstrates that a particular budget item either underspent or overspent the budget. So this chart shows each city department's last year actual expenditures and this current year estimated actual year-end expenditures. It should be noted that the large decrease in emergency services is due to staff vacancies, and the large decrease in transfers out is due to the $6 million transfer to the COVID relief fund that happened in fiscal year 1920. As mentioned earlier, the entire general fund is anticipated to spend $86,450 less this current fiscal year over last fiscal year. Again, that's if you exclude the $6 million transfer to the COVID Recovery Fund. So looking ahead to the 21-22 budget, the 21-22 proposed general fund budget was developed with revenues slightly exceeding expenses, which will create a small surplus. And this chart is looking at the comparison of the current year's adopted budget with next year's proposed budget. So this current year, 2021, and next year, 21-22. The large increase in non-departmental is mostly due to increases in software maintenance and support agreements, and the lower estimated salary savings overall citywide, which offsets expenditures. And that's due to the expectation of filling vacancies moving forward. So overall, the general fund is proposing a 4.4% increase over the 2021's adopted budget. This chart breaks out the general fund expenditures by category. Personnel costs are one of the city's largest expenses at 83.8% of the general fund expenditures for the 21-22 proposed budget. This is actually a slight decrease from 85% of the 2021 adopted budget. So staff has been looking at long-term employment level strategies with each department, assessing their organizational structure and the delivery of services and programs. The result is a net reduction of one position in next year's proposed budget. Actually, I think it's two, sorry. We're eliminating 4 positions, but adding 2 positions. Public Works Admin, they are eliminating an Accountant Assistant 2 position that has been frozen and not funded for the past 2 years. In Transit, they upgraded 1 Transit Operations Assistant to a Management Analyst and eliminated 1 other Transit Operations Assistant. So this results in 1 less position and a savings to the city of approximately $69,600 a year. And that's in the Transit Fund. In Sanitation, they eliminated a Plant Operations Supervisor and a Plant Support Systems Manager and replaced both with 1 Plant Operations Manager. So that they eliminated 2 positions, created 1, and that's a savings of approximately $138,500 a year. And in Admin Services, they're adding 1 Accounting Technician, and this is actually a position that has been filled since February of 2020, but it was filled originally as a limited term position, and the department is now requesting to make this a permanent position. The only funny impact is that this position will now be paid from the general fund rather than from the Financial Information System Operating Fund, which is where it has been paid in the past. And in the police department, they're requesting the addition of 1 deputy police chief, and they will offset the cost by eliminating 1 commander position, resulting in no net change in staffing, and it will result in a slight cost increase of approximately $43,000 a year. And then in environmental services, they did a complete review of the staffing levels in the planning division, and they made adjustments to better align the staffing needs of the division. So they maintained their staffing level at 10, but completely align the positions, and they should save the city approximately $51,400 per year. So this chart shows the authorized full-time positions by department over 4 fiscal years. The chart in the budget document, there's a similar chart, but it shows filled positions. So this is actually authorized positions. So from fiscal year 18-19 to this proposed budget of 21-22, the authorized positions have decreased by 11.75 citywide. The distribution of the positions between departments has changed over the years as transit moved out of community services and into public works in fiscal year 19-20. And then the remainder of the community services department was distributed throughout the city, distributed into the city administration, into public works, and into environmental services in fiscal year 2021. So pensions and the changes in CalPERS methodologies continue to impact the city's budget. However, the city is able to continue to accommodate the payment of the unfunded liability and the normal costs within the proposed and future budget projections. The city's funded status of the unfunded liability portion is slightly improving. The funded status for miscellaneous employees increased from 69.3 to 70.1. And for safety employees, it increased from 67.1 to 67.5. The city is current on the normal costs portion of the CalPERS payments. And the city's total annual payments to CalPERS are expected to increase by $2.9 million by fiscal year 26-27. So now Daniel will go over some of the capital projects and some of the enterprise funds.
Thank you, Carolyn. I'm going to go over a brief overview of the city's 5-year capital plan, highlighting some of the departmental projects for fiscal year 21-22. The capital plan currently has 137 projects requesting funding over the next 5 years. In fiscal year 21-22, 51 projects have requested a little over $30 million in proposed funding. The Transit Division is requesting $11.4 million for their FY 21-22 budget, with $2.9 million earmarked to cover 2 capital projects. Project 1 would see $2.7 million go to fund the purchase of 12 paratransit vehicles, while Project 2 requests a little under $155,000 to assist with bus stop improvements. The Transit Program of Projects, or POP, partially offsets the cost of operating the Simi Valley Transit System and aids with capital projects. The proposed POP allocates Simi Valley Transit's federal grant amount of over $6.5 million. The POP also identifies grant funds in the amount of $272,000, which will go directly to the Ventura County Transportation Commission for countywide planning assistance. Following City Council approval, Simi Valley Transit's approved POP will be forwarded to VCTC, which is the city's current designated recipient of federal funds. VCTC will conduct a public hearing for final approval and inclusion in the city's FTA Section 5307, CMAQ, and JARC grant applications. Some of the good things the staff in the Transit Division have been doing over the past year include procuring 3 fixed route CNG buses. They've redesigned the ADA Dial-A-Ride guide to include a Spanish version, and in addition to providing masks, sanitizers, and installing operator and rider barrier shields to aid COVID-19 response, Transit has also implemented mobile ticketing for Simi Valley Transit riders. Goals for the upcoming fiscal year include procuring 6 new Dial-A-Ride vans and updating and focusing on video surveillance system to maintain our safe ridership. Simi Valley Transit continues to work with VCTC in implementing a regional fare media pass, allowing transfers to and from neighboring cities. The sanitation and water operations have 3 funds: operating, replacement reserve, capital upgrade. Both the operating and replacement reserve funds are funded via customer rates. All revenue is initially put into the operating fund, and then a portion of the revenue is transferred into the replacement reserve fund. Since both funds are operating from the same revenue source, They are combined in the budget documentation. Connection fees fund the capital upgrade fund. Sanitation is requesting a budget of $43.6 million for FY 21-22, with $13.2 million requested for 11 projects. Highlights of the projects proposed include a request for $7.2 million to fund energy services company projects and $4.5 million for the cost of the annual sewer line inspection and replacement of 2 outdated sewer lines. Some good things the staff and sanitation have accomplished over the past year are hydro cleaning of 219 miles of sewer line, construction of the Easy, Fifth, Ventura, and Royal Avenue sewer line rehabilitation projects, and they have started construction of the Strathern Place Arroyo Simi sewer line rehabilitation project. Goals for the upcoming fiscal year include removal and replacement of 30 worn-out street-level sewer rings and covers. Additionally, sanitation has a goal of video inspecting 75 miles of sewer line. The division is also ready and eager to resume its educational tours and continue its public outreach program that encourages community engagement that will help outline the process the city takes in ensuring environmental protection. Waterworks is requesting a budget of $51.2 million for FY 21-22, with $8.4 million being requested to fund 24 projects. Highlights of the project include a request for $3.7 million to fund water tank replacement, repairs, and recoating, along with $1.8 million for pump sanitation rehabilitation. Some of the accomplishments over the last year in Waterworks include construction of Crown Hill Drive, La Grosse Way, and Black Canyon Road waterline projects. They have also replaced an obsolete motor control center at Mine Road Pump Station and processed approximately 155,000 water and sanitation utility bills. Waterworks goals for the upcoming fiscal year include recoating the Box Canyon water storage tank and completing an evaluation of capacity of the Waterworks distribution system.
So now I'll review some of the past year accomplishments and upcoming goals of the various departments. So we'll start with Public Works. So over the past year, they prepared a comprehensive analysis of signalized intersections vulnerable to public safety power shutdowns, designed and constructed the Memory Garden at the Civic Center, implemented COVID-19 cleaning precautions and procedures for all city facilities and transit buses, provided fuel for all city backup generators during emergency power outages, designed and constructed 3 water conservation projects throughout the city's landscape zones, including the city welcome corner at LA and Madera, and purchased a patch pothole repair trailer. And upcoming goals for this next fiscal year are completion of the local road safety plan, upgrade transit maintenance facility HVAC, and assist with plans for reducing vehicle maintenance costs. So for the police department, past year's accomplishments, they began hosting police community forum meetings on the Zoom platform, created a vulnerable population detective position, participated in the Ventura County Auto Theft Task Force, expanded the department's social media footprint. And upcoming goals for next year: continue using mission-oriented policing, continue participation in the countywide human trafficking task force, continue to improve the department's social media footprint, and host community policing crime prevention meetings for the Spanish-speaking community. For environmental services, there are some of their past year accomplishments. They issued over 50 COVID-19 temporary use permits for outdoor dining and retail activities, performed 20,000 inspections, and provided next business day service to permit customers. They implemented the EnerGov land use permitting software and secured funds to provide homeless prevention and rapid rehousing support to Simi Valley residents. And upcoming goals for this next year are to increase electronic permit and plan submittals to 70% of total applications, continue to streamline the city's development codes, and reconstitute the Community Projects Grant Review Committee. So for administrative services, some past year accomplishments are coordinating the EOC logistics and finance response efforts through the ongoing pandemic, digitized processes enabling the team to maintain their duties, implemented the use of digital signatures for city contracts, and implemented a new audio-visual system in the council chambers. Upcoming goals are to update the procurement manual, implement and promote more technology, review and improve the current fiscal year month-end close process, and implement a new surplus property policy and process. For the city attorney, some past accomplishments are assisting in the processing of subpoenas, filed misdemeanor criminal cases and infraction cases, and assisting the city clerk's office in processing 159 public records requests. And upcoming goals for next year would be to offer improvements to the city's ordinances, provide legal advice on city initiatives, assist the city in keeping its procedures up to date with changes in laws and regulations. And for the city administration department, past accomplishments are they helped businesses navigate through the federal, state, and county programs, as well as business reopening guidelines affiliated with COVID-19, entered into contracts with Tesla for the installation of battery backup systems at city facilities, coordinated the first virtual State of the City, implemented a safe park program for homeless individuals. They provided employee trainings and education sessions, clerk city council meetings, developed virtual programming to engage seniors during quarantine, provided more than twice the normal year's worth of meals to seniors during the pandemic, established the Simi Valley Virtual Arts Center platform, which offered virtual programming during the COVID-19 mandated shutdown. And some goals of city administration for next year are creating a new website for the city, create and implement a COVID-19 recovery plan for the Cultural Arts Center, and evaluate the city's fleet and develop a fleet utilization plan. So that's pretty much the end of our presentation. So in summary, just to, there's been a lot of information here. So just to summarize, we'd like to say the city is structurally balanced with a general fund balance estimated at $44 million at the end of this current fiscal year. Future years' projected revenue is growing slightly faster than expenditures. The pandemic brought uncertainty to the city's major revenue sources, but staff took immediate steps to make adjustments to both expenditures and revenues before this fiscal year began. Services were maintained where furloughs, layoffs, and position reductions were avoided, with the exception of some crossing guards. And the response by city employees to make the adjustments and continue to conduct the business of the city was extensive. These are the suggested city council motions as are indicated in the staff report. And that is the end of our presentation, and we have staff here, I think, from all departments to assist answering any questions.
Okay, questions of staff? We'll start with Councilmember Luevanos.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, the first question I have is I went through this whole budget and I went through the whole report. And I'm curious as to why was the $6 million for COVID Recovery Fund, why was that not spent? I know that in other areas and businesses, they were buying PPE, they were getting laptops for their employees, they were getting hotspots for them so they could work remotely. So we didn't spend a dime of those $6 million?
We did not.
Were we not having employees working remotely? We just said, you just find your own computer, your own hotspot, pay for your own stuff? Is that what we did?
We had employees working remotely. I do know of one city that attempted to, they did. They bought laptops and hotspots for their employees, and those attempting to get reimbursement through the federal government, through FEMA, and that reimbursement was rejected. So we had employees that stepped up and used their equipment and we're able to work remotely.
Okay, would we have been able to find a way, like the Simi Valley Unified School District just gave one-time bonuses to their teachers, for what they've had to go through in the past year, because they recognize that they've had to spend their own money on laptops and Wi-Fi and hotspots and data of all the times that the internet went down. I know I had to do that as well. Could we do something like that to compensate our employees? Or is the $6 million just gone?
The $6 million still exists. We're intending to come back to the council at a later date to look at the one-time funding that we have that's available. That would include the COVID funds.
Because I'm looking at the budget, and in the budget, what I saw was that there was money, a 25% increase in expenditure for recruitment, and I can't help but wonder if, the reason why we're having to spend so much money on increase in recruiting people is because we're not offering those kinds of support services. And I'm looking at page 45 of the budget, where it says total department expenditures. And under recruitment, there's an increase of 25% to $10,000 for recruitment, which is fine. I know we have we have employees that are getting older and retiring or leaving, or just finding better opportunities in other cities because they're getting paid better or they're getting better benefits. And so I know that there's a need. If there wasn't a need, we wouldn't have that line item in the budget. So I'm wondering if that's where we can spend some of our $6 million, because it seems strange to me that we had that money and we didn't spend it. So what kind of things could you spend the $6 million on?
Well, that's the report we will be bringing back to the city council. I would say I don't think having laptops and hotspots is a recruitment issue. Half of our employee base is over 50 years old. We have a lot of retirements that happen throughout the year. We have a lot of employees leave to actually go to other states. That is what we're seeing, because the cost of living in California has become excessive for them. So I'm not quite sure if we are very rich in benefits. We are not as rich as other cities in the salaries, and we're trying to address that.
But you could do a one-time payment, right? You could say, we're going to give you, just like Simi Valley Unified School District gave a one-time payment to their employees. We could do that here as well, right?
You sure can.
Because I know that there's been such a huge burden. I want to thank all of our employees right here and now, officially on the dais, for all that you guys have done for the past year, because you've been phenomenal in dealing with all the things you've had to deal with. And you mentioned our aging population, Mr. Gabler, and because half of our employees are over 50, again, finding ways to use that funding so that we can allow our employees who are, whether they're under or over 50, but whether they're higher risk, to be able to work from home, to have some sort of hybrid schedule. I'd like to see that for the $6 million used. I have several questions here. So let me go with this. Why is there not a breakdown? I went through this whole thing several times, and I didn't see a breakdown of positions within each department. I just see, thank you for giving the number of positions in each department and then how much it costs, which is in here. But it doesn't tell me, like, how many positions, like under administrative services, it just tells me the total cost. Like, I'm looking under city attorney and it just says $1,380,000, but it doesn't tell me, it tells me the salary is just $824,000, but I don't know how many positions that is and who gets how much. So I don't know if it's, I know our city attorney is not making that much, so I know that's everyone's salaries. But I would like to see a breakdown of that, because that gives us a more accurate picture. And by us, I don't mean just me as an elected official, I mean the public. Is it possible to get that? Is that somewhere that is accessible to the public?
Councilmember Luevanos, clarification, on page 294 of the budget, we do have a breakdown by department of all the FTEs. Are you looking for something in addition to that?
I'm sorry. Let me go to that. Yes, I wanted to know the salaries associated with those positions. I know it's a lot of paperwork to go through. I know that there's, websites that you can go to look that all up, but it would have been nice to be in here.
The salaries are on the pages before that page.
So for all of these, and it's not broken down within department, is there a reason why it's not just within the department itself?
Each department will have an expenditure for salaries.
But this is the range, right? This is not the actual salaries?
Well, each department will have a line item for regular salaries, for all their salaries. On page 20, there is a chart of filled positions in the city, and it's a snapshot in time. Beginning on page 288 are all the classifications and salary ranges in the city. And then on 294, you've got the number of positions within each one of the departments.
Okay, so a regular person, a regular resident would have to know to go to page 20 and then go to page 288 and then go to page 294 and then cross-reference 291.
Well, we normally don't, cities normally don't disclose individual persons' salaries.
I'm not asking for individual person salaries, I'm asking for the salaries, for the actual salaries for the positions, to give people a better picture. I mean, this alone right here, having to go through all those pages, to just even get one department, that's hours and hours and hours. That's why it would be helpful to have a budget advisory committee who would be able to look at that.
And we can include I think we had a discussion that the chart on page 20 is the filled positions. It probably would have been, a better chart would have been there for authorized positions, which is the chart that we had presented in the PowerPoint presentation. So I think lesson learned, we'll put that in next year's budget.
Okay. On page 32 of the budget, it says that the resources, general fund resources, are from taxes and franchises. How much of those taxes is from property taxes?
Page 33,
32.
36.9 million.
36.9 million.
Correct.
Okay, so that's a good chunk. And what happens if there's a housing bubble? Like we've experienced several times in this city and in this country. What happens if there's a housing bubble and that housing bubble bursts and those expenditures go down, say, to 20 million or 25 million? Then what do we do?
We adjust our budget.
Okay, and is there opportunity to do that later on in the year?
Oh, always.
Okay, because this is the timeline that I saw was for 5 years, right, that you showed? It was for the expenditures increasing over 5 years and continuing to increase?
Correct.
Yeah, and I know from what I'm hearing in the market that there is a housing bubble and it will eventually burst. So I know we want to be positive, but I also have a fiscal responsibility to the city to make sure that we are realistic about that. I had a question on page 4.
Excuse me, let's give the others opportunity.
Oh, sure, Mayor. If you can
And
come
then
back to me, I'd
we'll come
appreciate
back to
it.
your
Thank you,
question.
Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem Kavanaugh.
I just wanted to, I have one question for the police department, but I can wait till we get to that budget, or do you want?
Anytime.
Okay, I noticed that we are lowering our sworn from 125 to 123? Or is that just what we have hired right now? Okay, so we're still leaving our 125 positions available?
No, actually, we did reduce from 125 to 123 in the beginning of 2020. So authorized sworn positions is 123.
Authorized, right, okay.
Correct.
I don't remember reducing that. Did that come to the city council?
No.
Okay, so that was done at
That was blended in-
administration level?
That was done in the budget.
Okay, I would like to relook at that after this budget then.
We can do that.
Because I know the standard is usually one sworn per 1,000 in a community.
One of the things I think you need to know is we've never been over 123.
I know, we're constantly hiring and rotating.
Yeah, that's the
between-
issue is
Right.
authorized and filled are two different things.
Correct, and I understand that. I just want to make sure that if at some point we need the 125, we're able to do that. So by
I think
lowering the
that-
authorization, it creates a little bit more difficulty in order to increase that at some point.
Right.
Okay.
Well, and we're not at, it's like over 2 per 1,000 is what the national average is.
Okay, thank you.
We're like at 0.09, and so we're not even close to what that is, and haven't been, I don't think, for my
Okay.
entire career.
I don't know where I got the 1,000 per.
That comes out a lot. In the
Okay, I was gonna say, I know I've heard that. Overall, and I do realize that sometimes technology is also assisting in that we can lower our FTEs, and that's across the board. So that was the only question I had for the police department. The other thing I just wanted to say is, having worked with budgets all the time and reviewing everything here, you guys, I wanted to compliment you. You did a wonderful job on the details, city manager, all the way down. It's very informative, it's very easy to read. It's divided up nicely, and I just wanted to give my compliments for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Litzner.
Thank you. Appreciate your presentation and all the details you gave. Just a couple of questions about things that were in the staff report. And so I'll try to, and I'm sure you can correlate them where they are in the budget. On page 6 of the staff report, it talks about personnel expenditure growth predictions. And I just wanted to understand if that included retirement funding, PERS funding, or is that captured elsewhere? Is that actually what they're paying? I mean, does that make sense, that question? So if you go to, I think it's page 28 of the budget, but page 6 of the staff report.
I think that would cover all, that would cover all of the personnel costs, including the normal PERS costs as well as the UAL cost.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. And so then my next question would be, I'm sorry, let me get back to my notes. I noticed that on page 7, it explains that the ARP funds for federal, for transportation COVID, we were given 2.2 million, but it needs to be used or spent by September 30th of 2021. So that would be, it needs to be spent within the next 4 months. Did I understand that correctly? And what is our plan for those expenditures?
Those are for, I mean, we would be able to spend those through normal transit operations, which is, the intent of the funds is to allow transit operators to continue to operate. So we would.
I understand. So
cover it
just,
that way.
you're saying that it could just be absorbed into our regular transportation?
Yeah, so we're not concerned about being able to spend those funds.
Okay. Very good. I did have a question about page 14. Again, this is in the report, not in the report that you gave, which was excellent. This is the staff report, which was excellent too, don't get me wrong, but that's where my question lies. Page 14, it talks about how the city is working on economic development, and I believe it talked about meets with brokers and worked with the Chamber of Commerce. Could you elaborate? Because I just think that's an area that's really critical for our city, and I guess my concern is that we could possibly be doing more.
We can always do more. Credit to Assistant City Manager Swan and in our office. She recently conducted a forum that was with the Chamber of Commerce that brought the industrial retail brokers that do most of the work in the community to discuss, what are the pros and cons of Simi Valley? Why do they bring clients here? And that allowed the Chamber of Commerce as well as the city to understand that. We work very closely with the brokerage industry. If they are not comfortable bringing clients to us, our buildings remain empty. We are been very successful at working with that industry and cultivating that relationship with them. On the retail side, obviously, it's been a little challenging for the year, and we expect to re-engage with the retail brokers and the retail industry after the July 1. We're already hearing from retailers that are looking at filling some of our empty spaces. There's already Bed Bath & Beyond may not stay empty for long. We've got other potential tenants that are looking at the community that we're starting to cultivate and work with. So, can we do more? Absolutely. I think we've looked at marketing programs and things of that nature to make sure we're connecting with the tenants to come out to the community.
Wonderful, and I appreciate Ms. Linda's work there, and thank you. I would love to actually see the results of that conversation with brokers, what they see as the pros and cons of our community, and if that might be something that we could also be privy to.
Yep.
I think that's it for now. I may have some more questions in a bit, but thank you very much. Excellent presentation. And I think what's encouraging too, certainly, is that we've been very prudent in our budgeting or expenditures. The fact that we have a structurally balanced budget for 2 years in a row and it's looking to go positive is truly commendable. And thank you for your efforts. I know that it's a lot of work to make that happen, but it means we have some possibilities going forward. So that's a great thing too. So thank you.
Okay, back to you, Councilmember Luevanos.
Yes, since I had some questions for the chief. I was looking for him. In the budget on page 140, I noticed that the cost of dispatch, patrol, special enforcement, detectives, and records all increased, as well as maintenance unit. And so I have some questions about that.
Sure.
Thank you. So I guess the question is, why were the costs of dispatch went up 33%, patrol went up almost 10%, special enforcement went up a lot, over $1.5 million. So is that because, and detectives also went up? Can you explain why those expenditures went up?
Actually, I just have a question, Councilmember Lewis. Are you comparing the actual expenses or the proposed budget? I'm trying to understand.
To the proposed, yes. The
So
actual to the proposed. Yes.
There's a difference in the two, but I'll start with the detectives and special enforcement. That's what you're seeing there is because we restructured. So there's just moving around the cost centers. So it looks higher, but it's not that we're spending any more money necessarily there. Dispatch, we do have a staffing problem with dispatch. And so we've had to, look at different ways of trying to get people hired, but we've had to staff it with officers because we just have to cover the 911 center. So we have officers who are trained to answer 911 calls and go in there and sit in there when we have to staff it. So that's been a big challenge. And then the patrol vacancies, those come and go with people out on injury or when we're lower staffed, we have to cover those with overtime. So our budget goes up and down there. So, but I knew the question of the special enforcement detectives was going to come up because we've just recreated that unit and we've had to move costs from other centers into one to actually give it a budget. So it looks like a big jump and it's actually not reflective of any increases that we're spending there.
Well, and I do want to note the estimated actual is where we project this year to end. The next column is the budget. So it's not, it's not an increase. You will want to compare the revised FY21 revised budget to the proposed the FY22 proposed budget to get an actual depiction of how the budget is changing, and then compare the two actuals. If you notice, the police budget is actually going down by $500,000.
Okay, but the total is increased by $4 million. Is that correct?
No, the estimated actual, what money was spent between FY20 to FY21 is only a difference of $88,000.
Okay, so it's still
Budget number goes down next year by $505,000.
Okay. The maintenance unit, does that include maintenance of things like our military grade equipment, like the, tank and stuff like that we have?
We don't have military grade equipment. The only thing we had was a surplus, what's called a V-150, and that has been returned or in the process of being returned to the Department of Defense because it's redundant. We bought that, or we got that years ago because we didn't have any armored vehicle whatsoever, and that was the only thing that was available. And then under the previous chief, they upgraded to the Bearcat, which is basically approved for law enforcement. And it's a better, more efficient vehicle, safer. It doesn't have the look of like you see with the V-150. So we're basically just waiting to get that returned. We've already contacted the Department of Defense, and that's been in process for a while now.
Okay, do you have a timeline on when that's going to be returned or no?
It's basically on the
Soon as
Department of
possible.
Defense, yeah. I mean, they have to, there's a process they go through, and then they have to bring a truck out and flatbed it out. So, but it's basically inoperable under the station, doesn't go out.
Okay, I had a question on the next page, 141. Under item 41700, workers' compensation, it's at, under the proposed budget, it's $2.5 million. And I looked at, I compared it to like environmental services and sanitation to see if, because those are the guys I think of, that are out there and that could, get really hurt, with, fixing potholes and things like that. And ours that's really high. That's a really high number. And it stayed at $2.5 million. It hasn't really shifted. So can you explain why it's so high?
Well, we have a lot of injured people as well too, and in terms of the cost of that, I mean, I would probably have to defer to risk management or HR. But I mean, I know that we do have we have people with industrial injuries and are currently undergoing treatment for. So again, I'd have to defer to HR or workers' comp on that for the cost breakdowns. But
yeah, because the thing is with workers' comp is it also impacts our rating as a city. The more workers' comp claims we have, it doesn't help us in terms of insurance. And so our costs go up. And so, that's something that we need to look at in terms of, how do we bring that number down? Because $2.5 million is a lot of money for 125 sworn officers. Is that correct?
Yes. Well, one of the things that we do, and I mean, this might partially answer your question, is that we do, work a lot in, with coming up with different types of equipment that officers can wear. So, in the old days, it was like you'd have the leather belt and all the heavy equipment, and then over time, studies were showing that was causing back problems and getting in and out of the car repeatedly. So we've adapted to lighter weight gear. We offer different types of ratings of vests that are lighter so that, but they still have the ballistic protection. So we do work a lot with the officers and with the city, with workers' comp to kind of try to find ways that we can mitigate that. It's just repetitive activity. It's not all that easy sometimes.
So I'm just curious, Chief, if you can answer this question. We have $53,400 budgeted for training. Would it be better to shift to, if we invested more in the training so that we didn't spend $2.5 million in workers' comp? Because I know that's when, I work for a government agency too as a teacher, and when they see like, hey, claims are going up in this area, they're like, let's everyone get trained, so that we prevent that. So we do preventative, so that the district can be fiscally responsible. And as a city, we want to be fiscally responsible and not spend $2.5 million every year on workers' comp, because over the past 2 years, that's $5 million.
Right.
So are you proposing we increase the training budget? Is that
If
what you're
it's going
proposing?
to decrease our workers' comp, if that's a way that we can prevent that cost, because that's a huge chunk of money.
I think to be honest, workers' comp is, a high workers' comp is due to having police and fire. I mean, it's just, it's a very physical activity to be a police officer or a firefighter. Now, fortunately, we don't have firefighting, but we do have police officers, and it's a very physically demanding job. They do get hurt in doing so. Now, they are trained, they go through training. There's various different training programs that they have, but they're going to get hurt in the course of the duty. We actually have a fairly good rating on our insurance and with our workers' comp carrier. I think the 2.5 is actually a very good number as you look at other agencies.
Well,
So while it looks like it's a large part of the budget, is actually our workers' comp and our police training officers do a very good job making sure that we do our internal training.
Well, and we also do training to mitigate that. We recently did, I want to say it was 2 months ago, we have a group come in and do wellness training and talk about things to better prepare for health and exercise and things like that. And so we try to emphasize that. The officers all have to qualify every 4 months through like defensive tactics. So they learn things that they can do in a more safe environment and to prevent injury to themselves and others. And so that's part of it. But the wellness training is something that's really come on recently. That's part of what we're doing in trying to get more training. Again, just back injuries, knee injuries seem to be pretty common, and those are the things that we're trying to address.
Well, and I'm only asking because I looked at the Public Works, and their workers' comp is only $397,000. So, you know, way less, 20%, less than 20%. And I would consider what Public Works does to be physically strenuous work.
Absolutely.
And that's why you know, and they don't have $53,000, you know, for training. So, you know, I'm just trying to rectify this with across departments. I
Right.
want there to be equity for our employees.
And, you know, we work with the Public Works guys out there in traffic a lot as well, so I know they do a lot. You know, but I think, again, I would probably defer to the city manager in terms of, I think, liability-wise, you know, that there's probably some difference there, but that's only anecdotal. I'm only, you know, just speaking from.
Wouldn't we have to consider that the one is 24-hour service too? And then we'd have to take a look at the number of employees on duty.
I mean, I think you would consider that, but, you know, again, like I said, I think there's just a higher, like the city manager was saying, a higher liability associated with the fact that we're carrying guns and going out and doing that type of work. It's not to say that what Public Works or any other city employee does isn't as equally demanding and at times, yes, dangerous. I just think that looking at it, and again, I'm just giving you anecdotal of what I believe, is that I think you know, insurance companies and things look at that, and they look at police and fire, and they right away say, you know, high liability right off the bat, and that I don't think really you know, undercuts what, you know, our colleagues and the rest of the city do that can expose them to danger as well.
I'd like to ask you a couple of questions, if I may, Chief, about some of the public comments that were given with regard to 8A.
Absolutely.
We had several residents that spoke out about how if we cut any penny from the police budget, that crime rates will go soaring. Is that your experience? And I know you are very educated with a master's and a doctorate in criminal justice, so.
History, actually.
A history, I'm sorry. but I know it's based, I know what your dissertation is about. I know it's based in law
Yes,
enforcement history.
definitely.
Is that true?
Well, the thing is that if you look at our budget, and the pie chart that they had showed there shows you that the bulk of our budget comes from salaries and personnel costs. So I think, like I said earlier, we're below the, you know, the national average of 2.1 officers per thousand. We're like at 0.93. And so when you look at taking our budget and saying, well, there's 47 or 48% of it, we want to cut some of that, what that means is that I've got to cut officers, you know, because it's, you know, we're at that point where it's not about a little bit of equipment here or some operating supplies here. It's down to that. And you can see in that pie chart that the bulk of that is just in salaries. So, you know, I think right now, I just give you an example right now out in the field, you know, we have 6 officers and a sergeant to work until 6 in the morning. So it's not like we're over policed. But, you know, I think cutting the budget, it's just a slippery slope because it means, you know, reducing the numbers. And that's why I'm cautious with that. So
I saw that the number of grants decreased significantly. Can you explain that?
in 2020, that did happen, I think, to an extent because of COVID and the pandemic, and there weren't as many opportunities for us to do that. But we still, you know, we have that Office of Traffic Safety grant. We've applied several times for the alcohol beverage control enforcement grant, and it's been denied to us because alcohol beverage control says we don't have as big of a problem. But, you know, again, we know that we're not getting to do that enforcement that we should be doing and really checking up on our licensed alcohol establishments. So I think we try for every grant we can. Sometimes, like the Bulletproof Vest grant, sometimes we'll get that. Other times, they'll say they're not going to give it to cities with, you know, over 100,000 population. And so, you know, it's, you know, again, I'm a big fan of grants, and you know, my staff is constantly looking for opportunities. I know also colleagues in the city will send me things that they find that I might not find to say, look into this. Is this something we can use? But I think they went down because of the pandemic and because it changed the operations around to a certain extent. I'm hoping those are coming back online now that things are opening up, and we'll be able to get back into getting some more of those, because I think it's a good way to help fund things in the police department.
Okay, I know school resource officers are under your department, is that correct?
That's correct.
And this was an issue that was brought up previously, so I hope you're prepared.
I'm always prepared.
Yes, I know approximately it's over $300,000 for the cost of the 2 school resource officers that our city pays for, that our taxpayers pay for.
Correct.
And I know that in other places, like in Los Angeles. I know that the school districts pitch in for the cost of the school resource officers, if not pay for them entirely.
That's
So,
true. In Ventura County, that's true as well in some of our partner cities, so.
So if you had to choose between, well, let me ask you the first question. What did the SROs do during the pandemic when the schools were shut down?
Well, they still had a function in terms of, helping out with security at the schools and things like that, but also doing online Zoom education platforms. I know one of them talked like a 12-year-old down from a bridge and was able to do that because he knew him through school and knew him by name, and that student responded to him. So they're still out there doing things. The other officer was put out into patrol to help offset some of the patrol shortages. So during that time, that's pretty much what they did. But we had at least one that was still available for issues that might come up with the school. They're still dealing with the student body, and there were still issues that would come up. So having that person in there that is knowledgeable and familiar with employees at the school district and the students, I think has been really key.
I'll second on that. My daughter's a counselor at one of the schools, and she said it was very, very worthwhile having an SRO during this past school year.
And whenever there's like a school break or whatever, if there's not a need for them, they do go out in the field and handle patrol calls as well. So they're kind of multi-functioning.
And what is their purpose?
Their purpose is to develop a rapport with the students on the campuses, to also be there for whenever there are calls for service on the campuses. So like, for instance, when I worked patrol way back when we didn't have school resource officers, a big portion, if you worked day watch, was spent going back and forth to schools when they would find marijuana in a locker or there was a fight. And so the school resource program, has these officers that are just responsible for that. So it's really varied. But one of the things that we really like about the program is the rapport that they develop with the students. Like I said, with the kid that was suicidal, but for the officer, and it was Officer Gene Collado who was able to talk to him and talk him out of doing this. I think that is one of the benefits of it. And it's also there's also a safety aspect to it. We only have 2, we have a lot of schools to cover. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're gonna be where the incidents happen, but I know that the counselors and the administrators can call them on their cell phone. They don't even have to go through dispatch. They'll call them on the cell phone and say, hey, I'm having a problem here today with this student. Can you come out? And so those type of things. It's more of building that rapport is what we're trying to do, and less of the enforcement aspect of it. But the enforcement part of it's there when the school requests it as well.
And how do they interact with Black, Indigenous, and people of color?
They interact with them just like they do with everybody else. I mean, and the one thing that I emphasize with all of our officers is to treat everybody with dignity and respect, regardless of their race, ethnicity, or, and a lot of them have great relationships with those kids as well. So, I don't see any problem in that interaction there. And I know that, they go out of their way to try to make everybody feel inclusive and approachable to them on campus. And that's, we choose the officers that get that job based on that fact. So like, many of you probably know Gene Collado or Glenn Ellis, the two of our officers, and they were chosen because they have that approachability and that personality. And they have this desire to help others and desire to, work with kids. And that's why they're chosen for that. I mean, I always say Officer Collado is one of the biggest hands we have because, he, can get these kids laughing and he can de-escalate things a lot of times before they get out of hand. So that's how we choose them. And I know that they all have really good, strong people skills. And that's a big part of that, so.
Having attended the Black Lives Matter march that was approximately a year ago, June 6th, and thank you for attending. I know you acknowledge that there is trauma from students of color, Latino students, Black students, who are traumatized by interactions with law enforcement, including on campus.
Right.
So I'm wondering if all of your officers, treat everyone with dignity and respect, including people of color, including our youth of color, and you have such a fast response time, 5 minutes, right? I saw that in the report. You guys respond in 5 minutes. I'm just wondering, why do we need a police officer on campus, on our school campuses? if all the police officers in the police department have such an excellent rapport with the community, including communities of color, and we have such a fast response time, 5 minutes, why do we need SROs? Because, teachers build rapport with students. Social workers build rapport with students.
Right.
And I'm trying to figure this out, and this is how it relates to the budget, because that's $330,000 that you could spend on something else in the department, and that we're not getting reimbursed from the school district, nor have they offered.
Right. Well, I mean, I think what I explained originally is that building that rapport, I think is a critical part of it, and yes, all of our officers are, and I mean, I'm really proud of our department. I mean, I think the beauty of, or the luck I have is that we have a small department, and we are very selective in who we hire, and I'm proud of the work that they're out there doing. So I mean, I could put anybody there, you're right, but the reality of it is that having those officers that are hands-on and already know and are familiar with the campuses, the kids, the counselors, the administrators, it's priceless. It works both ways for us. And I know I've had conversations with people in the school district about the funding, because like I've said, other cities do fund it, and I could very easily just say, okay, we're just not going to do it anymore because that's a budgeted cost that we're paying. But I'm losing that rapport, from the individual officers that where okay, yes, all my officers are going to go there and have great relationships with the students, but it's going to be a different officer on a different shift and a different day, whereas they know that that's Officer Collado or Officer Ellis is going to be the one that they turn to. And that also helps the department because it also kind of helps to break down those barriers. Because you're right, there are kids, I've met them, I know our officers meet them all the time, that they're scared of us, right? Because we're in these uniforms, we're carrying guns, and officers have to what I always explain to them, and what I know that they work hard at doing, is that they have to bend over backwards to understand, to make sure that they don't just assume that people just accept that everything's going to be fine, and they take that extra time. But by having that school resource officer there, those relationships are already developed, and that helps when other officers come.
It just seems that in no other department of the city do we spend money to improve public relations. Environmental services doesn't have 2 public relations employees, to improve relations with youth.
I understand that, but it's a
sanitation department does not have, public relations employees.
Sanitation is a different thing than police work, council member. I mean, with all due respect, let's be honest. I mean, sanitation and policing, it's 2 different things. And I think, I won't stand here and argue about it, but I think the reality of it is that we're not asking sanitation workers to go out and talk to somebody about, family problems and things like that.
I think
So
at this point, we might be going far afield from the issue as to the budget.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go back to the budget and
Okay.
go ahead. We'll let you come back. Elaine Litzner would like to speak.
Oh, I do, actually, well, my question was not police related, but I mean, if you want to keep it in police, that's fine, but if I do have a question about pension liabilities, so I'm sorry. But I feel like I'm totally taking a different direction, so if that's all right, can I do pension liabilities, and we'll come back if that is deemed the case.
Hopefully, we can keep it to budget.
Yes,
Budget.
yes.
That's what we're working on.
Yes, absolutely. And you gave the report in terms of our, it's my understanding that our obligation for our pension is increasing gradually, but it is increasing every year. And I understand that we are basically in a pay-as-you-go circumstance. Is that accurate to say that?
For the
our
OPEB?
For OPEB and for our, yes.
Well, yeah, I guess you could call them both pay-as-you-go. For the OPEB, we are, for each year, we budget for the expenditures necessary to cover our retiree health benefits. And on the normal cost for PERS, as well as the UAL cost for PERS, those numbers are built into the budget as well.
Okay. So the unfunded portion, just so I'm clear, because I want to make sure I'm understanding, the unfunded portion is a projection of future obligations in a sense. Is that?
Yes, it's the liability for employees that have already retired. If we were, and it number will only change based upon the investment strategies of CalPERS.
And then, right. Okay, okay. So one of the questions that we received, I believe in one of the conversations, I think it came up in the budget meeting, if I'm not mistaken, someone asked, why is 15 million not built into the budget? Because that would in essence be a, do you recall that question that was asked by someone? Or did you see that in?
Councilmember Lister, in reference to OPEB or in reference to CalPERS?
I thought it was CalPERS.
It was the OPEB.
It was OPEB, I'm sorry, it was
a question
OPEB,
regarding
thank
OPEB
you, yes.
Because actually, and it's a conversation that Joe and I have had that we're going to have with a couple of consultants next week, that it's in our annual financial report where it shows an unfunded liability on the OPEB of about $48 million. We've made the distinction that we pay our OPEB on a pay-as-you-go. What that is showing is the potential liability for existing employees, future obligations. And I'm not quite sure I agree with it. So we need to have a deeper discussion with our OPEB managers and with our auditors about how they're reporting that.
And to augment what City Manager Gabler is saying, so we're paying what we're required to pay,
Sure.
both in PERS and
Right.
OPEB. And it appears that we addressed much of the OPEB issue in 2010. There used to be lifetime payments of OPEB, and we've since changed that. It went from a defined benefit to a defined contribution.
Okay.
So we've slowly been contributing about $200 to $300 to health savings for the retirees. But we do want to get a better handle of that. We plan to come back with hopefully some options for City Council, or at least a informational report to City Council on that.
Okay, thank you. That I just wanted to understand it better. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Judge, do you have anything you want to?
Kevin's done an outstanding job presenting the budget. As always, thank you for doing so. I have no other comments.
It is now.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem? Nothing? Okay, back to you, Councilmember Luevanos.
Thank you, Mayor. On page 48, and this is a question for Mr. Gabler, talks about evaluating the goals for fiscal year 22. I'm on the bottom of page 48. The second bullet point says evaluate departmental staff levels within the city in order to promote effective and efficient level of service to the residents and business sector. And then on page 148, I see that the goals for the police department are to fill senior officer vacancies in order to train the influx of trainees due to vacancies from retirements and promotions. So it seems there's a very different approach to filling vacancies within the city. Can you explain that?
Well, I think on page 48, I'm always asking for our departments to evaluate their staffing levels based upon how the current workload is, how we're currently processing our workload, and whether are there opportunities to work more efficiently, and are there opportunities to right-size the organization as it will. I think what is on page 148 is the discussion of trying to fill key positions within the department. And we've had some issues to fill them and to train them. I'm not quite sure. I don't think they're going in different directions. I think one is please assess the overall workforce, and the other is to address an issue in the workforce.
Shouldn't you be addressing the issue in the workforce for all the departments
We
equally?
always do. Correct.
Okay.
This is just one that's highlighted by the Patrol Bureau of the Police Department.
Okay, so the goals will be the same then for all city departments. Is that correct then?
Well, and as you saw on the slide, we had demonstrated how some of the departments last year evaluated, and some of them eliminated positions, some of them combined positions. The police department is restructuring at least two positions within the department. So we're always asking the departments to keep evaluating their staffing levels.
Will all the vacancies be filled within the city department?
We are never at a point where all vacancies are filled in the city. We never reach that point.
I do not want to continue to leave city positions unfilled and then place that burden on existing city employees. So that's the question I'm asking.
We are, we are constantly recruiting. Every day, we are recruiting. We are just never at a fully filled location. I mean,
So we will fill those positions.
what's that?
We will fill the unfilled positions.
We are filling unfilled positions, correct.
Okay, all the unfilled positions in the city, or just some of them?
No, I mean, we will fill all unfilled positions in the city. They may stay
Okay.
open for a period of time. So,
Is that for lack of recruitment or for just leaving them unfilled?
some of it may be for salary savings, some of it may be to reevaluate the need for the positions, or is there an opportunity to combine positions into one? So we're evaluating every position that becomes available and making the determination, but we are always recruiting.
So you're not going to fill all the unfilled positions? That's what I'm hearing.
We are always filling unfilled, vacant positions.
Okay, but you just said you would leave some unfilled for salary savings.
Well, for a period of time.
For how long?
Depends on the position and the need and what's happening. It may be a month, it may be 2 months. And then we go through the recruitment process.
Because every time we lose an employee, then that means because they're overworked and underpaid, that means we have to hire someone else, we have to train them, they have to get used to the city and our system and our way of doing things. So that's lost revenue in essence, right?
Well, I'm not sure we're losing all our employees because they're overworked and underpaid. I mean, we're losing employees for retirement. We're losing employees because they're leaving California. We are losing employees because they are getting better salary in other locations. But we are always recruiting. We are always filling vacant positions.
Okay, on page 48, the bullet point that says, I'm sorry, I'm kind of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, to continue to evaluate the city's financial position relative to the economic recovery. I'm going to ask, because I've had several parents ask, and this goes in line with the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force, is to offer summer camps for parents, free summer camps for parents. I know that a lot of working parents, including our part-time employees, are struggling to find daycare for their children so that they can return to work, either part-time or full-time. So I'm just asking for that to be a consideration.
If the council wants us to start running a daycare, that would be up to the council.
No, not running a daycare, but funding.
That would be a decision for the council.
Okay, on page 52, I'm concerned for legal issues under goals for fiscal year 22, where it says city clerk's office. The fourth bullet point talks about coordinating a citywide records disposal and to destroy obsolete records in accordance with the city's record retention schedule. And I know that there is a records retention schedule, but I'm also aware that less than 3 years ago, we had a case that was over 21 years old where records were destroyed and the city paid millions of dollars out for that case. So I want to make sure that we are not destroying records that we may need later on for legal purposes.
Whenever we do a destruction, we follow our adopted records destruction schedule that every box and every file is reviewed by the department as well as the city attorney's office, as well as the city clerk's office for compliance with that schedule.
Okay, and then on page 113, and I think this is my last question. No, one more after that. On page 113, where it talks about crossing guards, I know that we, the city, pay for our crossing guards, although we laid them off, but I know they're back, right? Yes, our crossing guards are back?
They are. Well, not as of this week, but yes.
They were before, when they went back to school,
were.
right?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm just curious if we can, if I know the school district doesn't pay for that, but I know it benefits our students and our community in general. Is there any way that the school district would help at least incur some of the liability for ensuring those crossing guards?
We
Is that
would
a
be happy
discussion
to
that's
send a
been
letter
had?
to the school district on behalf of the city council to ask for reimbursement of the crossing guard program.
And SROs.
I'll second that motion.
And
All right.
we can include SROs if you'd like.
Okay, and then the last question is, and this was brought up in public comment, was I know that your predecessor, as well as you, Mr. Gabler, shifted departments to different places because we were trying to be fiscally responsible, and that we did away with the Community Services Department. But it seems now, based on the numerous comments that we heard tonight and that I've heard over the past many months, that there is a desire to reinstate the Community Services Department, and that it would include things like neighborhood councils, like youth services, like senior services, so that there would be a clearer delineation of the social services support that is so desperately needed in this community, so that we can prevent mental health issues and provide those social supports. So what is the possibility, since we are in such a wonderful fiscal position, of bringing the Community Services Department back?
Can I just comment on that? Because I think that there's a misunderstanding in the general public.
Yes, you're welcome to comment.
If I could. Yes, community services was reapportioned to areas where it actually fit the work that's being done. But the ones that you're talking about, things like the senior center, senior services, youth services, et cetera, if anything, their interest has been elevated because it goes they report directly to our city manager. And so if anything, we have more awareness, he has more awareness, and they have more importance in some ways. And I think we need to do a better job of letting our public know that some of these things they're asking for are actually they're getting more of and more attention shown on them because of the way they've been moved around in the different departments. At least that's my perspective, and maybe Mr. Gabler can comment on that.
No, I think that, well, one, the city has saved money by eliminating the Community Services Department. It was not necessary to have that department. The Neighborhood Council and the Code Enforcement went to Mr. Peros's department in Environmental Services, where it seems to work better in conjunction with planning, which is where more of the Neighborhood Council issues tend to originate from. Mr. Fujiwaki in Public Works was the recipient of transit and crossing guard programs, which is a better mix for Public Works to have the transit program under their watch. And youth services, senior services, and library came under the city manager's office. No staffing was reduced as a result of any of these changes. I would concur that I think all of these programs are getting more attention because of where they are. Anna Medina has done a great job coordinating the senior library and cultural arts center. I forgot cultural arts within our department, and she worked closely with Assistant City Manager Swan, who worked closely with myself. I do believe they're actually getting more attention and getting a better input from the community in all the functions that we're doing. I would not see the need to recreate another department at just the expense of having another department.
Well, even when you said it, you were kind of thinking about, where is that? I think it's confusing for our residents, especially our residents that have lived here a long time, or even not that long time, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, that they're used to everything being under the Community Services Department. It's confusing to know where, what is where. And I think that's why the public keeps asking for that. And it would be easier as well if the funding fell under that component, if you knew that all that money was going, that bucket of money was going to neighborhood councils and transit and senior services and youth services. And I think that's why I'm asking, because within the budget, it's hard to find. That stuff is buried.
None of the former community service department areas have been defunded in any way. None of them have reduced staff. If there is any question, I think our website, although we do need a new website, but our website is very clear on, if you go under departments, it's very clear of what functions are under what departments. If there's ever any doubt, they can call 583-6700, and they'd be connected to the right department that handles whatever division they're looking for.
Okay. Last question I had was this Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force. What is the timeline for that? When will that be implemented? Who will be able to participate in that? That's on page 48.
We're starting that within our department. She's not here. Deputy City Manager Arga Bright is going to head that up with a couple other employees. We're looking at our organization to look at city processes. I would suspect, well, one of our key people is out of the office right now, so I would suspect that's probably going to happen. The start probably late summer. I would look at as a start, starting to get that task force together.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Excuse me, thank you. Any other comments? I'd like to kind of echo what Councilmember Judge said is thank you, staff, for putting this together. It's, I know it's a thankless job in some cases, and it was so thorough, it's unbelievable and understandable for somebody without budgeting background. And to the police department, thank you for what you do. You know, yeah, it's the nature of the department that you're going to have a large budget. But we have a safe city, so we have something very tangible to show for the expense. And I think I heard a few people saying, you know, reallocate funds. No, I don't agree, and I can tell you this. We listened to a few people tonight that tend to want to go that way. I'm out constantly on the streets of Simi Valley at different functions and what have you. Leave the police department budget alone far outweighs the support for this police department. Please take back to your department. Let them know it's overwhelmingly strong. And we hear a few tonight, but we listen to many. And the way I look at it, we have 126,000 people to represent, and that's exactly what I plan to do, and I think this council is striving to do, and I know our police department is doing just that. So thank you very much. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you. I just want to make some comments before the council takes a vote on it. I do want to make sure I extend my deepest gratitude to our city employees. As you've seen in the budget, 83% of our budget is personnel costs. We're a service organization. We provide that service to the public, and our employees during a very difficult year stepped up and did what was necessary without ever asking why, without ever questioning, and they jumped in, did things that they normally wouldn't have done, worked in departments they normally wouldn't have worked, delivered meals they normally wouldn't be delivering meals for. We had our code enforcement officers completely shifted their the way they work and went into education mode of trying to learn COVID requirements and educate 3,000 businesses in the city. I don't know how many businesses you guys visited, Mara, but it was a lot. And they did all of it with a single ask. And I am very proud of the city's organization and the work that our employees did. The police department did an amazing job with everything that happened during 2020. And I want to thank them, make sure they understand that I'm very grateful for the work that they've done. Joe and his staff put together a tremendous budget that held the line and made sure that we are working within our means, which is something the city may not have been doing for a while, but we've got a handle on it now. And it's a document that I'm very proud to present to the city council for your review. So I just want to make sure that I was clear that we have an amazing city staff that stepped up during this year at a very difficult time. And the city took care of them and they took care of us.
And thank you. I tend to focus on the police department, but you hit the nail on the head. It is virtually everybody in this city work together to get us through this year, and we'll continue doing that, and thank you so much. All right, Councilmember Luevanos would like to speak.
I don't have a question, I just have a comment, Mayor, but I don't know if it was time for comments yet.
Yeah, go ahead.
So here are my comments with regard to this budget. I know, because I majored in criminal justice, and I know as a social justice advocate and as a member of this community and several communities, that the way that we reduce crime and we prevent crime is through providing affordable housing, by providing health care, child care for our working parents, employment opportunities, including those that are not minimum wage, and by providing funding and investment in our public education and our infrastructure. I know that. And I know that many of you have asked for that funding to be shifted, and for that reason, away from law enforcement and investing into our community. I know that there hasn't been one case of a social worker or mental health caseworker showing up to someone in mental distress and the victim being shot. I know that those are the concerns of the community here. And therefore, for those reasons, I will be voting against this budget, because I believe that we need to invest in our community in those specific things, in our infrastructure. As we heard from one of our employees state that we need to be investing $11 million a year into our roads, which I know we are not doing at present time. I know that many of our employees, many of our residents are being priced out because there's no affordable housing here. I know that you're struggling with childcare. I know because I have those struggles. It was over $1,000 for me to send my kids to public school, which is why I did not send them to public schools here, because I could not afford the childcare, and that is a 2-wage earner household. So I'm well aware of the struggles that you're facing, and I'm going to continue fighting for the working families in the city, because I know that you are struggling, and I'm going to continue fighting for you to get the things that we need to build up this community, and we will get there. I have faith that we will, and I'll keep fighting. Thank you, Mayor.
May I make a motion?
Yes.
I move to approve the Simi Valley Transit fiscal year 2021-22 program of projects to be forwarded to the Ventura County Transportation Commission, and I move to adopt resolution number 2021-20, authorizing the city manager to execute and submit the filing of grant applications with the FTA, and I move to adopt resolution number 2021-21/WWD-284/SA-10/PL-31, approving the fiscal year 2021-22 annual budget and the 5-year capital improvement program for fiscal year 2021-22 to fiscal year 2025-26, incorporating the previously adopted budgets for the Cultural Arts Center and Council on Aging, and say, great job.
Mayor, can I ask for those motions to be separated? Because there are some I do want to vote in favor.
Wait just a second. First of all, we have a motion and a
Okay.
second. Now, go ahead with what you'd like to say.
Yes, I'd like those motions set, because it's four things that we're voting on. Can we separate those out? Or are we going to vote on all 4 of them?
All 4.
All 4 together? Okay.
Okay, call for the vote.
The motion passes with Councilmember Luevanos voting no. Mr. Mayor, members of the City
Thank you.
Council. Next item on the agenda is item 9A, council member reports.
Council member reports. We'll start with, how about Mayor Pro Tem Kavanaugh, just so we can mix it up.
That's okay, because my report's not that large this time anyway, so that's good. On Thursday, May 20th, I attended the EDC General Board meeting. We're still meeting by Zoom. And then I was actually out of town for the 21st through the 25th. And then we had Memorial Day weekend. And I know the services at the Pioneer Cemetery were not open to the public, but I did see pictures and was very thankful that they did conduct the services there. On Wednesday, June 2nd, I had the Economic Development Collaborative Executive Board meeting. And then on Saturday, June 5th, I, along with others, attended the Simi Valley Community Council's President's Annual Breakfast. That is where they recognize, it's a group of all our nonprofits that want to belong to this group, And each nonprofit gets to recognize a volunteer of the year. So I believe we had about 12 to 14 people recognized, which was very nice. It gives everyone an opportunity, each service club or organization, to recognize their person for the year. I will compliment John Tolson. It was his presidency. They did a great job on the Zoom presentation. These days it's kind of hard because we're all zoomed out pretty much. But they had a couple of unique ideas and breakouts in there, which made it a little bit fun for everybody, I think. Congratulations to all of our graduates, all the way up from pre-K all the way up to high schools. And some of our universities or UCs I don't think have graduated yet. But congratulations to all of them, especially for the year that they had. What a ride they had. And I wanted to congratulate David Caceres as our interim city attorney. Thank you. Congrats. I'm happy you're there. And then I wanted to thank you to City Manager Brian Gabler for following up on my request to install 2 new bus shelters at the bus stops near the Free Clinic. When the Free Clinic moved to the Royal and Erringer area, I promised Fred Baumeister that I was going to work on getting covered bus stops for that location, and Brian followed through, so I wanted to say thank you. And that's the end of my report, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Litster.
Thank you. I'll just take it in order if that's all right. May 17th, I enjoyed doing the ADA paratransit interviews with Mayor Mashburn and just some outstanding applicants, and we appreciate those willing to serve. On Tuesday, May 18th, I represented the city at basically a food delivery that was provided by the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, where they came forward with 54-foot semi loaded with 2,200 cases of food items valued at about $25,000, and it was distributed to 7 food pantries here in Simi Valley, and I was so impressed with the volunteers who came to pick up the food, who helped distribute the food. In fact, this was done over at Moore Park College, and when the semi showed up, it was so big it didn't fit the loading dock, and so literally, it was physically offloaded the semi truck onto the loading dock, 2,200 cases of food. So I was pleased that our food pantries received that food. On May 19th, Wednesday, I attended the Veterans Task Force. Also, Simi Valley Arts Commission meeting, they're doing very exciting things, looking really excited what they're doing. Thursday, May 20th, attended the Teacher of the Month, where June Karsh was honored with Big Springs Elementary, and what a year they've had. And thank you to teachers who've stuck through this. And I just know that they are just as excited to end the year, I'm sure, as the students, because it has just been a crazy year. But appreciate all of our outstanding educators in this community. On Friday, May the 21st, attended the 20th anniversary appreciation gathering for Simi Valley Ford. What an institution they are in our community, and so grateful that they are here and with us. Saturday, May 22nd, I stopped in briefly at the Rock for a Cause drive-in. Thank you to Simi Sunset Rotary, who are raising funds for good causes. And thank you to all of our many service community groups that we have. We truly are a community of service. On Sunday, May 23rd, I stopped in to show support for our Asian American Pacific Islander community. There was a gathering or a rally that was held. I'll be honest, I was disappointed that the mayor and I didn't have an opportunity to speak. I think we had proclamations with us and wanted to speak to what the city has proclaimed in honor and support of our community members that are of Asian American descent. We have some outstanding community members, and they contribute so much. And so I wish that could have been vocalized more, our city support. But it was an honor to be there with you, Mayor, on that Sunday. On Monday, May 24th, I attended the Lou Roth Awards, which were done by the Simi Valley Ed Foundation, where they recognize the outstanding people in the Simi Valley school district, and I think Councilmember Lebanos was there with me as well, helping to give out the awards. Michael Hall was acknowledged from Valley View Middle School for management. Kyron Malone was a certificated recipient from Burlwood. classified recipient was Brenda Castleberry from Hillside Middle School. This, special ed was Patricia Casillas from San Jose Elementary. But I wanted to mention specifically Stephen Castro, who received the Lifetime Achievement Award serving at Sinaloa Middle School, and he was awarded that posthumously. And he was with us to hear that he'd received the award, but then was not able to make it to the award ceremony. And what a moving tribute there was to him. Thursday, May 27th, it was an honor to be part of the Youth Council returning member interviews. We interviewed 15 outstanding people who have served on that committee, and that was one of the most difficult interviews I've done. Just really outstanding. And I think we should mention that there are 59 applicants, young people who would like to serve on that committee. So I just thank you to our youth and all that they are doing and want to be. It truly is outstanding, and thank you, Anna, for all you're doing with that as well. Friday, May 28th, the Youth Talent Show was just outstanding that the Youth Council put together. On May 29th, Saturday, I rode the inaugural journey of the Metrolink got on here in Simi Valley and took it that Saturday all the way downtown to Union Station and then returned. Councilmember Lanos joined me for one stop. I believe she was there as one stop, but it was epic in that it's the first time that that's been offered with Metrolink. What I think I want to tell our residents is what I love about it is that this is an opportunity to go and see the sights of LA and have a great time. And the cost is so affordable. It's $10 round trip. You can jump on and off once you get to your destination, other local transit. And children 17 and under, up to 3 of them are free with one paid adult. And so it's really an opportunity. I did lobby when I was speaking with VCTC representative. I think we need it reversed as well. We need a train that comes from Union Station and comes to Simi Valley or Moore Park so that our people can come enjoy our community and see our Reagan Library. And so he acknowledged that would be a lovely step as well. So we've made a first stride anyway. Quickly getting to the end of the next week, and I'll be brief. Memorial Day, what a wonderful time that we had remembering the sacrifice, but also that date is special to me because I had a grandson born on that Monday. And what did I say? Grandson? Granddaughter. My son would kill me. I'm so sorry. Kendall Ray, and she is adorable. I'm sorry, Kendall Ray. Hopefully he's not watching. Tuesday, June 1st, attend the Youth Council meeting. On Thursday, June the 3rd, I did have an opportunity to visit the Simi Sunrise and help give a city proclamation supporting Happy Face Hill. And a thank you to what they did to commemorate this Memorial Day weekend with 144 flags and all of their work there was outstanding. And also at that meeting, Kristen Tignac was given a special award for a vocational training award, was recognized by the city for all that she does. And so I wanted to recognize her publicly tonight because that was outstanding. Also on that day, I attended the SCAG's Energy Environment Committee meeting. A couple things to be aware of. Draft Cal Enviro Screen 4.0 is coming out with screening tools that helps us look at pollution and population density, et cetera, pollution burdens. And so I assume that our planning department uses that tool. If not, I'm sure they would avail themselves of it. There was also some presentations about PSPS events. One of the things that was mentioned, I'm sure the city might be aware of, but there's a public safety partner portal that they are developing, and so hopefully we have more access, more knowledge directly with Southern California Edison. I did press them, and they said, no, there is no reimbursement for any PSPS harms caused. And I made it a point of knowing that just doesn't seem right. So that was also part of the conversation. So, and I too enjoyed attending the Simi Valley Community Council President's Breakfast. And congratulations to our graduates, and happy summer. We're here. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Luevanos.
On Tuesday, May 18th, I was invited by Simi Valley Youth Summit to have an interview on mental health. And so it's an issue that is near and dear to my heart, having been a youth mentor for over 25 years. And it was wonderful to get to sit down with 3 of the Simi Valley Youth Council members and discuss the issues of mental health, especially when it comes to intersectionality. A lot of our, we know that our LGBTQ youth, especially those that are BIPOC, have some of the most, detrimental mental health outcomes. And so to be able to sit down and address those issues from the perspective of having been, a teen peer health educator since I was in high school and all throughout college, and then as a teacher, being a youth mentor, and then, providing support and health and, making sure that parents also know how to address these issues with their children was really, really wonderful, and talking about the cultural barriers as well that we face in the Latino community, to even talking, about mental health issues. It was wonderful to be able to have that discussion. I believe it's on YouTube and a podcast. So it's pretty cool that I got to have that discussion. And I think we need to have more of those discussions with our communities to discuss mental health issues with our youth in the community. So it was wonderful to get to discuss that, and especially, like I said, in Pride Month, to make sure that we address the issues of our LGBTQ youth, especially our BIPOC LGBTQ youth who struggle with mental health issues. So it was wonderful to be able to do that. On, oh my goodness, let me see. On Sunday, May 23rd, I too attended the event. It was the No Hate Asian American Pacific Islander event. And it was wonderful to hear all the voices of the AAPI community. They were the only ones that spoke, and that was great because those were voices that needed to be heard. There was a woman named Jane Erwalker-Fowler who said in all her years living here as Japanese woman, she had never been asked to speak about her experiences as a Japanese woman. And all the stories that were told from, the Palestinian refugee to the Chinese businessman to the Filipino, son of an immigrant. I mean, they all told such amazing stories. And I was so glad because a friend of mine was recording it, and I said, please let me use this for ethnic studies class, because those are the kind of experiences that we need to hear and see, that the AAPI community is made up of a myriad of people from all across Asia and Pacific Islands. So it was wonderful to have such representation and to hear their stories. And Simi Code Red was there. And if you don't know who Simi Code Red is, it was started by the youth here, 16-year-old in our community. And basically, it's a nonprofit, and they provide, maxi pads and sanitary napkins, for girls who can't afford it, who otherwise wouldn't be able to afford it. And I know as a teacher, those are things that I keep in my desk because I do know that we have students that can't afford it. So it's wonderful that we have our youth stepping up and doing that. So it was also a fundraiser for Simi Code Red. On Monday, May 24th, I know that Councilwoman Litster already talked about the Lou Roth Awards, and thank you for summarizing that. And it was wonderful to be outside with people for the first time in a long time. And it was at Strathern Historical Park. And if you want to have an event outside in a beautiful venue, I highly recommend it. It was so peaceful and beautiful. And congratulations to all of our all of our staff who work in education. You're just amazing. And there were like 3 of the award winners that had personal connections to like my daughter and my son. And so it was really cool to see them getting awards. On Friday, May 28th, I don't know if you noticed, but it was on the front page of the Acorn. Waste Management voted to unionize. So congratulations to them. And join Teamsters 186. On Saturday, May 29th, I did go ride the Metrolink for one stop with Councilwoman Litster, and I had a really good reason. So they invited us to ride the Metrolink for the first ever Saturday service, and you already got the details from Councilwoman Litster. So I will repeat them in Spanish with the mayor's permission. Is that okay, Mayor, if I translate it to Spanish? Yes?
I'm sorry.
Can I translate what Councilwoman Litster said to Spanish? Voy a traducir para que sepan ustedes en español. Que el sábado, empezando el sábado 29 de mayo, ¿ok? Empezó el servicio de sábado en el Metrolink. Así que es la línea del condado de Ventura que empieza en Moore Park y va hasta Los Ángeles, va hasta la placita Olvera. Así que si ustedes no quieren pelear con el tráfico, ¿ok? Por $10, ustedes pueden subirse al servicio de Metrolink del condado de Ventura. Aquí llegó a las 9 de la mañana, aquí en Simi Valley. Ok, llegó el Metrolink, lo recoge, $10 paga uno por todo el día para ida y venida y puede llevar 3 de sus hijos, 17 años a menor, con ustedes. Y no tienen que ser sus hijos, nadie les va a pedir, ok, identificación. Así que si son un hijo y 2 amigos, no le hace, ok. Puede, $10 pueden subirse el sábado y el domingo también. Y aparte de eso, en el futuro van a tener servicio que va a la playa, que va a Ventura, la ciudad de Ventura, y tienen espacio para sus bicicletas y todas sus loncheras y hieleras. Así que me dio mucha emoción subirme en el servicio Metrolink, el servicio de sábado, y cada sábado y domingo va a ser ese servicio, $10 por cada adulto, 18 más, y sube y va y viene por $10, y no hay tráfico ni nada, y está bien bonito y bien limpio. So, the other thing that Councilwoman Litzer and I heard was that service for the Saturday and Sunday service for the Metrolink will eventually go to Ventura Beach. And there's room on there for your surfboards and your bikes, which is really cool. And it's just a beautiful, relaxing ride. And the reason I only went one stop was because I had to go with my son, because this is the last year I get to go put flags for Memorial Day. This has been a 12-year tradition for me and my son and their scouting troop, is to go to Pierce Brothers and Westlake and Agura and go put the flags on all of those tombstones. So if you ever wonder how all those flags get there, it's usually scouts or other volunteers, but I guess because they're shorter, I don't know, because they're little. So it's always Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts and the parents. We tag along. So this was the last year I got to do it with my son before he goes off to college. So it was a wonderful tradition for us. That's what Memorial Day is about. It's about going to remember those who died in service. And we sit there and, we put the flags and, we pay honor and respect to them. And there's usually a family that comes and says, thank you. Thank you for acknowledging my family member. And it means a lot for those who died in service. So that's why I only went one Metrolink stop, because I had to put flags at Pierce Brothers. On Tuesday, June 1st, we had a youth council meeting, and they basically were talking about the new council members and wrapping things up with social media. They do have activities planned for the summer on social media. So, and they're just getting ready for AP tests and things like that. But do follow them on social media. I'm going to promote their social media. So Simi Valley Youth Council, you can follow them on Instagram, on YouTube, on Twitter, and on Facebook. So do follow them, and you can find out all the activities they're doing. I know that on Wednesday, June 2nd, Apollo High School had their graduation. Congratulations, all the graduates of Apollo High School. And on Thursday, June 3rd, Santa Susana High School, Royal, and Simi High School all had their graduation, so congratulations to them. I was with my son. His graduation was from Santa Susana High School at 8 p.m. It was quite cold, but it was really cool. And I'm so grateful that we got to do an in-person graduation to all our seniors. They had a really, really tough year, but they got through it. Earlier that day, I did attend the Clean Power Alliance meeting. We brought on 4 new renewable energy providers. So that's solar and storage. 3 of those were solar and storage. And one of them was geothermal. And we're really excited because geothermal is one of those renewable energies that you can use at night. So I know most people think of solar. Well, what do you do at night? Well, you store it, right? But geothermal you can use at night, right? Because it just keeps going. And so we're really, really excited. We're getting close to the point where, we're getting closer and closer every time to meet the state requirements for renewable energy. And really excited that, they're helping to support bringing job training and more jobs online to align with the renewable energy goals that I know was in our budget, and that, we work towards as a city and as a community so that we don't have so many wildfires and such extreme climate change. So I'm really excited and proud to be part of the Clean Power Alliance. That was that meeting. And then Saturday, June 5th, I too attended the Simi Valley Community Council President's annual breakfast online via Zoom. And I literally sat there with my cup of coffee and had breakfast online. Well, all the attendees were there. Congratulations to all those who won awards. And thank you to everyone who gives of themselves volunteering here in the city of Simi Valley. That's what makes it such a great city to live in. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On Friday, May 21st, I attended the 20th Anniversary Appreciation Day luncheon at Simi Valley Ford. I want to thank Larry Hibbler and all his staff for all the work that they do for our city. Other than just selling cars, his staff also volunteers a lot in our city. Monday, May 31st, I did attend the Memorial Day observance over at Pioneer Cemetery. I want to thank the police department, the scouts, the VFW, the DAV, the American Legion, and the Elks Lodge for showing up and laying wreaths and putting the flags on all the veterans, all the ones that had fallen. And that was very moving. Always is very moving. It's just this year it wasn't interrupted by a lot of political speeches. Tuesday, June 1st, I had a bi-weekly meeting with the city manager. On Wednesday, June 2nd, I helped the mayor pick an applicant for our Air Pollution Control District Advisory Committee. That applicant is very highly qualified, and he will do a great job representing Simi Valley. On Thursday, June 3rd, I had SCAG meeting. I'm a representative for VCTC there. Not too much that affects Simi Valley came out of that meeting. A lot of stuff moving forward with that. There was a good report that came out of UC Davis about different changes in mobility and stuff because of COVID. I'm trying to get that be presented to VCTC, and if I could find a way to do it, I might try to bring it here. On Friday, June 4th, I attended the VCTC meeting where we approved our budget there too. On Saturday, June 5th, I was in the community council president's breakfast for a little while, but I had another meeting that conflicted, so I had to leave. I too want to say congratulations to all of our graduates at all of our high schools here in Simi Valley. You guys did an outstanding job in a very difficult time, and I'm sure that's going to build character in you for the rest of your lives. And that's my report.
Thank you. I'm going to try hitting the high points of mine. On Wednesday, May 19th, I was at the Arts Commission meeting where we had the presentation of the Arts Commission or the Cultural Arts Center budget that we voted to move forward to the council, which we looked at tonight. On May 21st, I also attended the 20th anniversary for the Ford dealer under the guide and ownership of Larry Hibler, a definite pillar of this community and a very class act. And I was very proud to be there and recognize Larry for his 20 years of selling Fords in our city and supporting our city and being very active in supporting our city, not only through the chamber, but also forgot a Boys and Girls Club. I mean, just about anything in the city that needs help, Larry's always there to help. So thank you very much, Larry. On Saturday, May 22nd, I was at the raising of the cross on the domes, and that's a description of the crosses that are being put on the sanctuary on Appleton Road for the Michael Coptic Church. When I was there, a gentleman arrived that I don't know how to describe his importance, but I would say at least that of a congressman or a senator, maybe even a vice president of that church. And he's called Eminence Metropolitan Serapion Hierarch and Bishop of the SoCal attended. And it's ironic that you see these people dressed the way they are. The priests are in robes and very beautiful gold crosses and what have you, and they're bearded and they have black hat and they look very different. And when you talk to them, I really and truly believe if I said I had a ski boat, they'd want to go water skiing with you. They're just so down to earth and gracious. It was unbelievable. And at the church was Reverend Marcos Hanna and Jeremiah Sade. They even put me in a lift, and I was able to go to the top of the dome and watch as they installed the cross, which were copper in color and very beautiful. It was a great experience. They had a big dinner going on, cake, trying to fatten everybody up. But at any rate, it was, and it's a sight to see. If you're going down Royal, just turn up Appleton and take a look because it's a beautiful facility. Let me see, where else did I go? I missed a lot because I was out of town. I worked with Mike Judge in interviewing for the County Air Pollution Control District Advisory Committee. And if you remember, I'd said that I wanted to see us start taking applications. And we got 2 applications, and the qualifications were incredible. I mean, it really was a home run, and I think we put a person on the committee that will be able to add a lot to that committee. So that was a very worthwhile move on the part of the council to start asking for applications. And then hopefully we did the right thing in choosing the most qualified person for that position. And that's where I will stop. And now we'll move to 9B and ask for anybody that wants to talk about future agenda items.
Mayor, I have a couple requests.
Okay, Councilmember Luevanos.
I would like us to put action behind our words of June being Pride Month in the city of Simi Valley, and I would like us to fly a Pride inclusive flag at Simi Valley City Hall
Okay.
for the month of June. And I will be happy to cover the cost personally.
Okay, do we have a second?
So they're just empty words. Okay. My second request is to send a letter to ask Simi Valley Unified School District to reimburse us for SRO and crossing guard costs.
Requesting what from?
Requesting Simi Valley Unified School District to reimburse us, the city, for the cost of the crossing guards and SROs,
Okay.
which right now the city pays for. Or at least
watch
pays
that, I
part of
don't-
the cost, pay something.
But on an ongoing basis or just for this COVID time?
How about discussion? Yeah, well, a letter, well, yeah, at least a discussion, something, just a letter saying, hey, can we discuss this at least?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You want-
I would second that.
Okay, and I'll third it.
Okay.
So we'll draft a letter to send it to the school board.
Okay.
Okay, Jack.
And then my last request, Mayor, I don't know if it's it's not, I don't know if it's a 9B, it's more of a follow-up, but now that our city is reaching almost 40% Latinos living in the city, I know in the past I had requested for bilingual translation of city council meetings, and I think we did it once or twice. And if we want to make sure that we have engaged residents, then we need to make sure we meet them where they are. So I would like to request for the bilingual translation of city council meetings to be brought back.
Comment, city manager?
We can look into it and bring something back.
Okay,
We had already approved it and it had already been done, and then it went away, and now we don't have it anymore.
I remember we did it specifically during that time when Senate Bill 54 was being debated. And I don't know if we could look back on what this arrangement was at that time?
Yeah, we provide the translation upon request.
Well, how do they
We are
request
look-
it if they're not here? That's the
Well,
problem.
I mean, we anticipate going to live audience within a couple of meetings, so hopefully we're going to have that opportunity to be back.
But this was after SB 54, because this is after I was elected,
Correct.
and I had asked for this, and it had been approved already as a 9B.
It was approved, you say?
It was approved, yes, and then we did actually have a bilingual translator, so I'm asking for translation of Spanish for city council meetings.
I have to look back. I'm not quite sure what happened to that.
Staff will
wasn't sitting here.
research it and come back with whatever.
Yeah. We can come back with
report to us what the situation is.
Okay. And there was no second for the flying a pride flag at Simi Valley City Hall, Mayor, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Anybody else?
I was just clarifying that we want to
He slapped our hands.
keep that conversation
Oh,
closed.
want me to slug him?
No.
I'll do it. I'll do it. Okay. Tonight, we're going to adjourn in memory of San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department Sergeant Dominic Vaca and San Diego Police Department Detectives Jamie Huntley Park and Ryan Park, Colonel Ed Bellion and Anna Marie Barajas, Ayana's Barajas' mother, employee here. And we'll send out certificates from the council as we normally do, but it's a bummer that we're going back to every meeting having to do these adjourned in memory of, but it's the right thing to do. And with that, we're adjourned.